Alright, hey folks, so today I'm going to be attempting a 60 to 70 run on the Dragonflight beta. I'm hoping that I can get a fast time, but I want to note something real quick. The run that I'm going to be doing today is for campaign completion, so hitting level 70 and campaign completion at the exact same time. Because I've seen a few different runs floating around where people basically get all the way up to level 70 by just spamming side quests in different zones, and, that's all well and good for saying, I got this really fast time, but it doesn't apply to, well, everybody, really. On day one, what you're gonna need to do is you're gonna need to go through the Dragon Isles, complete the entire campaign, and, of course, hit level 70. So if you spam to complete a bunch of side quests in an earlier zone, you still need to do the campaign. So I don't really see the point in optimizing something that just doesn't apply to anyone, really, unless you're going for, like, a post on Wowhead that says, I got world first 70, something like that. So everything you see here will be applicable to you on day one. This is the route that you will need to follow just if you're questing in the Dragon Isles. Whether you do it as fast as I do, that's a completely different story. Whether you want to maybe change up the side quests you do because you think one chain is more fun than another, that's your prerogative. But you will need to do this exact route because otherwise you just don't unlock endgame stuff. Now, the reason that I've started the recording here, in front of the Zeppelin, which has just taken off, is because there's some timer-based stuff that I need to explain, and I actually need to do this in order to get an optimized route. So the way this Zeppelin works, if you haven't done Dragon Isles questing yet, every 5 minutes it rolls around, it swaps between the Dragon Isles and between Orgrimmar. It is basically completely random. There is obviously a timer, but when I say it's random, I mean that the way that you'll have to interact with it on day one is completely random. We don't know exactly when the servers are going to go live. We don't know exactly how the cycle is going to line up with actual real-time servers, because it's entirely possible that if this does take off every 5 minutes, well, this would align with 6 o'clock, and the servers go live at 6 o'clock. So if that were to happen, the Zeppelin would be sitting here, waiting the moment the servers go live, and 0 people would be able to reach it, which means that everybody in the entire world would have to wait for 5 minutes. But I think, realistically speaking, the cycles won't actually be aligned that tightly. We don't know for sure. So it's possible that maybe the Zeppelin doesn't arrive until 1 or 2 minutes after launch, and then it takes off. And the entire goal of optimizing these first 5 minutes will be making that first Zeppelin cycle. If you make that first cycle, you now have a 5-minute lead over 99% of the rest of the world's population, which is huge. That is a massive advantage this early on. So you need to make sure that your time for doing these introduction quests is as down to the wire as possible, so that if that happens to be enough to make the first Zeppelin cycle, you will make it guaranteed. So that is the entire idea behind the optimization I'll be showing here. It's not about pre-completing quests to get like one side quest ahead. No, it's all about the minimum time that you can get from the starting point to the end point where the Zeppelin is, so that you can get there if there is an early cycle. Now, obviously, for the purposes of this, we can just do, finding the right time, which I've calculated to be around 2 minutes, where if I leave this Zeppelin tower at 2 minutes, complete the quest, and then get back here, it should just be taking off. That would be the perfect time for me. You will not have this luxury. This is more just to demonstrate how it would play out in an ideal day one setup. So I'm going to go ahead and get my consumables here. Going to pop Shadow Coral Oil on, flask up, and as you can see, I'm using fried bonefish instead of traditional food. I've packed this just in case I need it at higher levels. Last thing I'll say is quickly, I'm playing Brewmaster, obviously played this a lot. The only change I've made is I've gone for a more Breath of Fire focus build and taken out some of the stagger passives, which are really good at max level, but for the purposes of leveling up, really not great because you're just not going to be taking enough damage to reliably proc it. Alright, 5, 4, 3, we can mount up now, and we'll head to Abyssian. So, as you can see, I've only picked up one side quest, and when I go to turn it in, you'll notice it is literally exactly on the path that I need to do in order to complete the introduction quests. And this is something that a lot of people get confused about, because the reason I'm repeating this over and over is I still get questions every single time I ask this about, but isn't a 5-second detour worth completing a quest? No, it is not. Not this early on in the run. Everything is relative. 5 seconds towards the end of the run? Yeah, that's nothing. 5 seconds when you're competing with everybody else? That matters. So we're going to do this. Listen to Ebonhorn. Turn in this quest. Timer has started, in case you haven't noticed. And thank God, there's sometimes a bug where you just get soft blocked if the game pacifies you and prevents you from moving. I don't know what causes it. It randomly happens right there. Luckily, that did not occur. Pathfinder Tasha. I'm gonna jump off the cliff because there's a little aura around a lot of these NPCs that prevents you from mounting. But yeah, so even a 5-second detour, even like a 3-second detour this early on, if that 3 seconds is what causes you to miss a Zeppelin cycle, you lose 5 minutes. And every little bit of time save that you can get early on in the run is huge, specifically because you need to avoid the pack. And this is why it's important when routing day 1 stuff that you consider, how will this affect me relative to the other players? So if every single person is going for like a 10-second time save early on, and you decide, well, I'm just going to take that 10-second time save and speed up my initial routing so I can get ahead of them, then what might end up happening is those people that got the 10-second time save, they get stuck with every single other person. Now, they're having to deal with lag, really bad lag, right from the get-go. They're having to deal with insane mob competition. It's just a nightmare. Meanwhile, you're in the Dragon Isles 5 minutes early, you're killing mobs at 0 competition, you're coasting ahead, and you basically don't run into another player for the entirety of your leveling process. Now, obviously, these are optimizations that I'm talking about purely in the context of really, really fast day 1 optimized leveling. This will still be the fastest route for you if all you care about is just going through the campaign to unlock world quests and stuff, but you know, in this case, none of this will concern you anyway, because you're probably just not going to be worried about how long it takes you to complete all this stuff, just that you get it done. In which case, all you really need to pay attention to in this route is the order in which I do the quests, which side quests I choose, etc., etc. One more side quest. Now, what's interesting about this, right now there's a really nasty bug on the Dragonflight beta. Also, almost forgot to put my Falling Flame on my bars, so let me do that. You'll see where the Falling Flame comes in handy. A lot of people have already seen this trick, but I still think it'll be cool to demonstrate anyway. Now, there's a really nasty bug, which I hope I don't get, where sometimes, after you take the Zeppelin, your game just kind of crashes, and you get locked underground. So, for the purposes of this testing run, if I get that bug where it just teleports me into a kill zone, I'm going to stop the timer, I'm going to repeat this entire process until I get onto the Zeppelin going from the Dragon Isles loading screen up to the first area. Because obviously we need to have a good default, experience that replicates what we're actually going to be seeing. And if there's a massive bug that I have no control over, well, I mean, either I just don't do a run and wait for Blizzard to fix it, which, let's be honest, they probably won't because it's been like this for weeks. But I think I found a solution, so hopefully this works. Please don't give me the bug. Oh, I really don't want to have to redo this. Please, please, please. Yes, it worked. Okay, thank God. The way I think I found to fix it, let me set this trick up. It's probably going to be kind of difficult. S5, Falling Flame. There we go. Okay. The way that I figured out how to fix that bug is if you're on the bottom of the Zeppelin, it will almost always cause you to be teleported under the world. If you're at the top of the Zeppelin on that main ship area, for some reason, it just doesn't work. So we're good. Anyways, you might be wondering, Haraldin, how are you going to land? Well, I don't need to land, because I have a cracked Radnex control gem. Also, I kind of fucked this up. I overshot this a little bit. We're fine, though. We're fine. I can do some little fancy stuff, and minor time loss, but it's whatever. But yeah, the nice thing about cracked Radnex control gem is you don't take fall damage while you're using it. Now, what I should have done there is I should have used my cancel aura macro, which always forget to do stuff. Let me go to macros, cancel aura macro. Where did I put that one? It is gone. All right, whatever. We'll make do. We'll make do. Sometimes, shit like this just happens. So I'm going to... Oh, there was a quest there. Disappeared. I'm guessing I don't need it. So I'm going to use the Cracked Radnex Control Gem. I'm going to try to round up a few mobs like this. Now, the nice thing about the Cracked Radnex Control Gem is it has effectively infinite uses. So you might see that it only has 3, normally. But the thing about it is you can basically get as many as you want by using mailboxes. So I'm going to be extremely liberal with my use of it. And I'm also going to enable my nameplates, which for some reason have been disabled. Where is it? Enemy units. There we go. For some reason, that got disabled. You never know with the beta. Sometimes shit like this just happens. Now, Dragon Isle Supply Bag, this quest has been really, really bugged on the beta, so yeah, it's just gonna say it doesn't work. For some reason, on fresh characters, this is something that works. But for me, it's not working now, and for any character I copy over, it doesn't work. Also, for whatever reason, my Rushing Jade Wind is also not working, which, you know, it's just one of those things. We're having one of those moments, right, where for some reason I took Special Delivery instead of Rushing Jade Wind, somehow. I don't know how I managed to do that. We'll change that in town, I guess. Alright, I should be able to just quickly go through here. That's not a huge deal, especially if I change it early. This is one of those things, right? You can sit here and you can prep for hours and hours and hours. No matter how much prep I do, there's always going to be something that goes wrong. This is honestly one of the main reasons why, if you look at a lot of my streams, I will spend about, like, an hour or so before I actually start the run after beginning my stream. Because in that case, I just want to make sure that everything is literally perfect, that there's absolutely nothing wrong. And for stuff like this, you know, I just don't really think about it. And I'm like, oh yeah, you know, I should have gotten everything. And then I get distracted. Next thing I know, I've forgotten to do something like enable Rushing Jade Wind. Which, you know, that's obviously bad. Okay, so then I think for this, I'll need to hand in this quest. Yep. Then talk to Sendrax. Why aren't the dragons here to meet us? And now, while there's some RP going on, we can pick up some additional quests. Alright. So there's going to be one where I have to use this big telescope. I think Sendrax is going to do something. Where is she? Yeah, she's gonna do this. And then the long RP is... Excuse the mess. But yeah, speak with the ambassador. So we have to do this little quest, speak with the ambassador, then interact with the stone, and then talk to Sendrax again. So speak, I'm new, interact with the book, begin filling out the form, and then we just kind of press whatever buttons. And then interact with this thing, then talk to Sendrax again. Brazier of Kinship. Right. So, I'm going to pop my gun shoes here. And I think I've keybound my walk, right? Yes, okay. Just wanted to make sure. This I won't be able to do on gun shoes. Not a big deal, though. Gonna like that. Going to use this again. Now, because I have effectively infinite uses of Cracked Radneck's Control Gem, whenever I don't have one, I'm just going to make use of my other trinkets. Okay. Send the Signal Flare. What's this? Right, this is the complete the 5 world quests. Alright, now, while Sendrax is doing that RP, we can do this quest. Okay, it's going to do this little stuff. We're going to land, and the moment it's available, 2. And final 1. Now, I've tested this. Even though it does send you pretty far, you're still completely in range of Sendrax's stuff. So I can hand in this quest. And gonna run over to the mailbox here and grab another Cracked Radneck's Control Gem. This is how we get infinite uses. So just mail over a bunch to yourself early on, and you'll just have access to it. And now the last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to swap into Rushing Jade Winds. Don't know why that didn't happen earlier. I think all my other choice nodes are correct. There we go. And now I guess we just wait, because there's not a ton of extra stuff. Now, some people will say, oh, do side quests here. But realistically speaking, you just need to eat the RP time loss. Because if you do side quests, there's none that you can do in the time it takes to wait out this RP. You will be delayed by, like, a few extra seconds. And it's still early on, those few extra seconds will matter. So we're just going to wait, talk to Rathian, talk to Major Domo Silistra, and talk to her. And then they'll leave in a second. Now, the main issue with this is if this was just one continuous RP, right? You could go and do some quests while this is going on, because this might seem like a lot of time, but you need to go and talk to Silistra and, like, start the second phase of the RP. So effectively, you only really save like 30 seconds by doing this, and you get like one additional side quest, which you can just make up in a later zone. And then, of course, it comes at the cost of you're doing a bunch of extra stuff, so you're saving 30 seconds by doing stuff during the RP, but you're losing time because of the fact that you're not starting the RP fast enough, so people are getting ahead of you on the campaign if they're not doing the side quests, which I guarantee you a lot of people will just completely ignore the side quests and plow through the rest of the campaign. There's a lot of stuff we can do later on to make it up. That's the reason why we don't need to worry about this right now. Alright, Syndrax, come on. And then I think she's going to do her slow RP walk in a second. Any second now, Syndrax. There we go. Now we can talk to her. And unfortunately, there's no way to speed this up. There's a lot of stuff that you can skip later on, but Syndrax, for whatever reason, in these initial quests, is just forced RP. And I can't even Tiger's Lust her, so I have her targeted. Pop Tiger's Lust, goes on myself. So, you know, not really much you can do to optimize this. We just have to listen to all of Syndrax's long RP. I guess while I do this, I'll quickly walk through some stuff about specs. So I mentioned I'm playing Brewmaster, right? Now, a lot of people might say, well, isn't Windwalker faster? For high levels, that's debatable. And you'll notice there's going to be a few cases in this run where I'll probably be like, yeah, would a Windwalker monk be able to do that? And the answer will probably be no. That said, Windwalker monks can kill things extremely quickly, and if you know how to play them correctly, they are extremely tanky. I know how to play Windwalker well, but I am not a Windwalker expert. I know a shit ton about Brewmaster. I'm only moderately okay when it comes to Windwalker. So I think, generally speaking, with the exception of healers, because obviously healers just don't have the damage output needed to do quests. Even if you're in like full mythic gear, you're going to be way behind everybody else. Unless you're a healer, play your main spec. So, for instance, one of the holy pallies in my guild is going ret, but, you know, tanks are probably going to be leveling as their tank spec, because realistically, you can do about, like, 75%, roughly, of the average DPS's DPS, more if you're really geared in some cases. So, I really wouldn't worry about, like, oh, it's going to be slightly inefficient. Does not matter. Alright. Pop the Cracked Ratnax Control Gem. We're just going to zip in here. Gonna make sure I get this to Jardin. Oh yeah, that guy, I forgot, sometimes gets stuck in combat and doesn't really work properly. So we're gonna grab you. Getting stuck. Grab you. And grab you guys. And this should be enough. Alright, so there's a lot of fun stuff that we can do with this Breath of Fire build. Namely, just delete every single mob from existence. Now, you'll also notice that I have a bunch of trinkets on my bars. And that is because one thing that I'll be doing throughout this run, since it is a leveling run, is I will be swapping out... no, it's in the wrong spot. So, here, while I figure this out, I just need to make sure it's set up for the future. So I swap this, and then if I press this button, it swaps into the correct trinket slot. We're going to be swapping on use trinkets. So, generally speaking, that's a faster way to level. I've seen a lot of people giving different trinket recommendations, and I can tell you right now, the absolute best way to use trinkets while leveling is one passive trinket. So in my case, I'm using Hateful Chain, and at higher levels, I will be swapping to Reactive Defense Matrix. And then at low levels, I just have like 5 different on-use trinkets, and depending on the situation, I swapped one. Because in essence, with a lot of different on-use trinkets, you have a trinket active every 30 seconds. Give or take. There's sometimes where there's like a 10-second delay, but for the most part, when you're out of combat, you can swap trinkets without actually having to worry about, you know, the cooldown. So I have 3 minutes left on my Cache of Acquired Treasures, which I just used on that pack previously, but it doesn't matter, because I can just swap to, in this case, Dreadfire Vessel, and we're good to go. There's another quest over here. Actually, I have no idea what that is. But, okay, here we're going to do, just pop gun shoes, since we already have it active. And we're going to go all the way over here. And while I move, I'm going to quickly swap their places. This is one bug that happens. Sometimes UI elements will just disappear. So, going to try to avoid getting into combat with too many things, because that'll slow me down a tad. There's apparently a war supply crate nearby. that just landed within this questing hub. That's actually kind of funny. I've never actually seen one of those things pop up. Rathian? Where is he going? Oh, okay. Apparently, weird bug. Alright, we got a bunch of different stuff here. I'm going to pop Cracked Radneck's Control Gem, because why not? We have a bunch to play with. Now, one thing is, at max level, I'll be doing some funky stuff with, like, mailboxes. So, as mentioned before, if you have a mailbox, you can use that to get access to more Cracked Radneck's Control Gems. Normally, you would only be able to do that if you have, like, a mailbox in town, right? But let's say you don't want to wait for a mailbox in town. Well, you can just go ahead and drop down a portable one and just get it out in the field. And right now, I only have access to Caddy's Stamp Whistle because some of the other ones take a little while to acquire, and I'm still in the process of working on that. So, you know, it is what it is. Okay. So this Hardened Lava is evade bugged, meaning I can't actually get it. We're going to be doing this Rare Mob. I'm going to pop my Trinket, and it should... yeah, just pretty much delete him from existence. Nice. That's what we were hoping to have happen. I'm going to pop this, and now I can take it off my bars, because I've already used every last bit of it. I'm going to grab a bunch of these guys, round them up all together. So, stuff that I still haven't really figured out with this route, and this is why this is still, in essence, a practice route. This is not the final version. There's still plenty of things that need to be done. Is I don't know exactly where the best case is to use all your portable mailboxes. And that's one of those cases where if you really want to be technical about it, you would have as many as possible, so you don't need to figure that out. You'd just be able to drop it whenever you happen to need a Cracked Radneck's Control Gem words. But for the purposes of this run, I'm going to be trying to think of like this is like absolutely the best case scenario for me to drop my Caddy Stamp Whistle. But in theory, this run should take about 3 hours, so if I wanted to use it now, I might have it towards the end, but I also don't really want to take that risk, because I don't know exactly. We'll see. Alright, I also forgot to swap my on-use trinkets, which doesn't matter too much, because especially early on, all this stuff, as you can see, just kind of dies. So it's not hugely important. Swapping trinkets is going to be a lot more of a big deal when we get to... later on in the run, and we're having to fight like a bunch of different strong elites back to back. From here, the trinkets are a marginal time save at best. Now, at this point, my Dreadfire Vessel is already back up, but I'm actually going to swap to Cache of Acquired Treasures because... oh, let me start my RP walk. What have you observed? And then we go back up the stairs. Almost missed that one. Do this. Pick whatever. And Majordomo Silistra. There we go. And from here, we can do a Goblin Glider. Saves a little tiny bit of time. But yeah, so I'm going to take... don't tell me it fucking swapped my Hateful Chain again. That's really annoying. I wish it was a bit more consistent with the way that the swaps were. I'm sure there's probably an add-on out there that does the thing for me. Oh, I missed one of the dragons. Right, yeah, that's why I need to angle my Goblin Glider a bit earlier. See, and, you know, sometimes I forget things. So, minor time loss. You should Goblin Glider over here instead of to the cave. But it doesn't really matter. And for the purposes of traveling this short distance, I don't think that's worth a yak thing. But, you know, that is kind of the cases where you could shave off a teensy little bit of time. But we're going to do the side quest because this one is extremely fast, and at this point, as long as you're not taking a massive detour, you're probably already going to be decently ahead of the pack, and this one, as we will quickly see, does not take much time at all. So, unfortunately, swapped the wrong trinket, doesn't really matter, just do that, and then I will do Touch of Death, and Exploding Keg. We're a little bit short, so I'm going to just grab this guy, and this guy should be enough. And there we go. Quest complete. Gonna run out here, hand this in, and we're set. For some reason, that gives me that mount. I don't know why. And now we can use this thing. Going to get up here, disable this, heal, and then you know what? I'm just gonna use another one. I do not care. Burning through these pretty quickly. but that's how it goes. I want to test, in some cases, what the absolute best case use for a lot of this stuff is, and this is what it will be. Just burning through these early on, and then while you have access to mailboxes, you're just going to use Cracked Rat X control gems. And keep in mind, a lot of this movement stuff, you will not need the yak or the whatever for later on, specifically because once you get access to dragon riding, a lot of this stuff just becomes really fast, and none of it actually matters. Let's grab this. So you want to make sure you're using your really fast mobility tools early on in the run. Okay, kill the whelps. And yeah, once again, just fucking... I'm gonna need to put Hateful Chain in my bars at this point. This is one of those things, right, where no plan survives contact with the enemy, or no speedrun route survives contact with janky Blizzard user interface things. So going to throw this on here, then swap them around, and that should work. Should be fine. Should be fine. But what I'm probably going to do is try to figure out if for launch I can get somebody in my guild to like set up a weak aura or an add-on or something where you can reliably trinket swap between a bunch of different things, because I'm sure that exists. It's just something that I've never really had to look into. But I would imagine that that's something that other people have found they really need. Yeah, we're gonna head this way. And I think at this point you want to go all the way over to the far end, because there is another quest item in this little hut right here. So, to kill these guys really fast. And let's... Do I have a wand? Yeah, I have a wand. Let's just delete you. And where's the book? Crap, I'm blanking on the book location. There it is, on the shelf. I remember all the other ones. This one, I forgot. Alright. In this case, I could probably use a Cracked Rat X control gem, but I'll settle for Goblin Glider just to get me over this gap. And... it's up the stairs, right? I missed that. Oh, Infused Ruby Whelp Slain. Yeah, I have to do that. We need to kill a few more Primalist forces. Hopefully this Feral Druid doesn't want to start shit. Because that is one of the only issues with War Mode. Generally speaking, I think most people, especially on the beta, are going to be a bit courteous and understand that, you know, I'm not looking to actually get into a fight. All I want to do is actually get my quest done. But you never know. Okay, we can... Oh, Touch of Death did not insta-kill. Alright. Unlucky. Okay, Primalist forces, and we're good. So if I turn in everything to Sendrax, then she'll go right here. And then she has like a little RP thing where she like, yeah, she has to walk specifically to this area, then I talk to her. Alright, Sendrax, come on. I am ready. Now, I'm going to drop my Caddy Stamp Whistle here. I'm going to see if this works. Might be a little bit tricky. Because the problem with this is I know if you use one of these items... Oh, yeah, it just insta-canceled my Cracked Rat X control gem. So I think, in theory, you're supposed to save Gunshoes for here, so that's something I probably should have done earlier. Just Rat and Axe beforehand, and then I should have just used my, my Gunshoes for this point with the egg. I really don't understand why you can't do any mobility stuff with this egg. It's actually really, really annoying, but it is what it is. Probably won't need anything special. Here, what I'll do is, for the purposes of... Right, so there you can see it. But I'm actually going to do Tiger's Lust and then pick this up. It actually does cancel part of it, but I still keep the Chi Torpedo movement speed. So that's good to know. We're going to grab this. And I'm just going to go ahead and grab all of these mobs. So I should be able to round up a bunch of them. Going to taunt you in there. tag, 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 and tag. Should be pretty good. Now I'm sitting on sword buff at the moment, which would be really nice. Yep, there we go, axe buff. Alright, that's what I was hoping for. So now that I have my axe buff, I should be able to melt through these guys pretty quickly. And another keg smash, another breath of fire, and they're dead. And those are the building materials. So we're about to get to a town, so pop another cracked radnax, just shorten the travel time back a little teensy bit. Over here. Do this. Why is it not auto-turning in? There we go. And Major Domus Lystra. We call the strong to protect the weak. So now there's just a forced flight point. A lot of these later on, you'll have to skip, but you'll notice here, for the benefit of the queen, it says 0 out of 1, ride with Major Domus Lystra. So there's a lot of cases throughout the routing process where you'll get a quest that puts you on a guided flight like this and gives you immediate completion credit. And in that case, a lot of cases, you can just dismount from the guided flight, like right here, and just use dragon riding or whatever to get to the endpoint. In this particular case, not only do we not have dragon riding, so it wouldn't be faster, but it also requires us to do this ride because of the objective, because it is not auto-completed. The unfortunate reality is a lot of Blizzard stuff like that is not entirely consistent. Is what it is, I guess. Alright. Almost there. So I think it drops us off right at Alexstrasza. What I'll be doing is, I think I have... Do I have mailbox tracking checked? I want to say I do, but it looks like I might have disabled it. Offer the rescue egg to Queen Alexstrasza. Alright. So, one thing we need to do is find the Hearthstone place, which I know is somewhere nearby. So, talk to you. What do you do here? Is the Hearthstone person here? No, they're on the other side. Right? I always get lost within this place, because it's just a gigantic circle. And I forget which side is which. Talk to you. Why are there so few eggs here? And we can pop Gunshoes for this section. And we'll just do RP walking for the remainder. So, Hearthstone... No, where is the Hearthstone? I don't actually remember where the Hearthstone is. I guess we can't access it? I guess I could have sworn that we should have been able to see it by this point. But I'm guessing the NPC that lets you set your Hearthstone just is not enabled at this point in the questline. Which is weird. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't remember this point. And I also... I hate the new UI so much sometimes. I have no idea how to enable certain tracking things on my user interface for the map. There used to be that little, magnifying glass icon, and now it's just not there. So, I'm not sure if it's because I have it disabled by accident, or if it is actually working and we can't see it because of some, point in the questline that I haven't reached yet. I have absolutely no idea. So, I'm just going to assume that there's nothing I can do about this. And we're just going to kill these guys really quickly. Have to do the Relentless Gust. And any second now. No, just a few more. Okay, got some of the weeds. And I believe... almost done. There we go. And now if I dismount, it'll take me right back here. I can head over to that point. But actually, I think I'm going to do the dragon riding quests first, because that should be like 2 birds, 1 stone. But trap. It must be... Okay, the mailbox is down there, it looks like. So it's actually at the bottom. And... you know what? Screw it. Let's go down there. And just shift 5. Access the mailbox. So it's, yeah, it's at the bottom here. I don't know why I thought it was at the top. I must have gotten it confused with something else. Whoops. But either way, set our Hearthstone should be fine. And then if you want to get back up to the Ruby Dragon Shrine, you just take this taxi over here. Like to get to the Ruby Dragon Shrine. Not the fastest thing in the planet, but this is going to be important in just a little bit. So we'll see where this comes in handy. Okay. And drop us off. Going to talk to Lord Andistraws. Yeah, that's the name. Tell me about dragon riding. And now we have to do the introduction. Now, another thing you'll notice, lots of different side quests in this area. In my opinion, none of them are worth it. Once again, we're going to be going basically through this entire first zone with minimal extra stuff. And I also have access to world quests, but I don't think any of them will conflict. Doesn't look like it. I unfortunately can't disable them. They're just permanently enabled. That's just kind of how it goes. All right. So collections, mounts, renewed, Proto Drake. Don't have access to it. Yeah, that would help if I actually used it properly. And now we can do dragon riding. So also, I'm going to have access to all of the different abilities because of the fact that I've completed the campaign once on a different character on this account. It is impossible to disable the fact that I have these abilities unlocked, but for the purposes of the run, I will not be using Whirling Surge or Bronze Time Lock because you're not supposed to actually have access to them at this point. So we're going to try to keep it accurate. Alright. There should be, I think, one more. So this one. And gotta make sure I don't accidentally miss any of the objectives, and we're good. Now, for the final one, it should reset all of our vigor. So I think... Is it this one? Yeah, this one will reset all of our vigor. So that's why you can freely use it for that first quest. Doesn't really matter. Speak with Solormu to start the race. I'd like to try the course to the Skytop Observatory. So this one can be a little bit tricky. The main issue with these courses is if you miss a single objective, you basically have to start from scratch. So I need to be very careful that I don't do that. And going to be using this. Now, one thing I will explain about dragon riding as we go is you'll notice I'm doing these flicks, like up into the air, then angling my mouse down. Generally speaking, that's faster than just using the regular 1 button. Alright. So we're going to be heading down here, grabbing the customization thing.
You would ask something of me.
I have to at least click this to see my customization options. Then go back. And over this way. Now it's going to say I need to check my dragon riding glyphs. Talk to you. Tell me about dragon riding. Take 4 vigor. And I'm not going to pick... Ah, shit. I didn't realize that was account-wide. I'm not going to pick this because it's technically on my entire account. Even though I shouldn't have unlocked it. You get 4 vigor no matter what. That's part of the introduction quest. But anything bonus... I'll take that, like, midway through the run, just because you're supposed to do that. But for now, I want to make sure I keep it accurate. Alright. Ride to the Skytop Launch Tower. Return to Alexstrasza at the Ruby Life Shrine. Okay, so, doesn't look like I can... exit this vehicle. There's no like little exit vehicle thing. So I'm just gonna have to wait here. And I think the entire idea is it's supposed to give you like a good vantage point. But we're gonna save our vigor. We're actually gonna use our Hearthstone here to teleport to the Ruby Life Shrine. That's the reason why we did that before. So I could dragon ride all the way back, which is what the game intends for you to do. But we're going to need to be doing dragon riding right after this. So by setting our Heartstone there, we can preserve a bit of our vigor. So take me to the Ruby Life Shrine. And still, our vigor is recharging in the backgrounds all the time. Going to head up here. And then I'm going to pop Gunshoes the moment I land. So a lot of people have said Gunshoes and stuff like Crack Radneck's Control Gem have limited usefulness because of dragon riding. While that is technically true, there are still many cases in which you can actually make good use of this, just because, you know, your vigor is a finite resource. You can't just infinitely reset it unless you use races, which are kind of a whole different can of worms. I'm not entirely sure if races are actually worth the time it takes to start and stop them. But here we can talk to Solistra, we can talk to Alexstrasza, and that will start the next quest. So commotion discovered. At this point I can probably start using my dragon for little short hops. So like this, I can do that. Alright. Then I want to make sure I can try to get to Major Domo Solistra in the air. Yeah. That's one of the reasons you want to have Dragon Riding Vigor for that point. Just so you can start the quest a few seconds early, instead of having to wait for her to do her long little RP thing. Alright. Now, going to try to round up a bunch of different mobs. Interrupt his cast by doing a Ring of Peace. Now, what do I have? I have Axe Buff. Right. We like Axe Buff. Axe Buff does very, very big damage. I'm just gonna do a Touch of Death there. I have pretty liberal use of my Touch of Death because of the fact that the talents reduce the cooldown by so much. I can pretty much just use it whenever I see fit. I also need to remember to pick my talents at some point, because it just occurred to me that it's been... or I'm close to level 62, and I still haven't chosen a single one of my talents, which is not good. I need to get better at doing that, but such is life. Easy to forget stuff like that. Enraged Cliff Slain, 2 out of 4. Oh, I just got credit for that. Awesome. I'm gonna do another little dragon riding bunny hop. And let's go up here. This is a lot of how you're going to be using dragon riding. You're going to be doing tiny little bunny hops across subzones, which is one of the reasons why at this point you don't really need any of those other items that we were using before. So like I burned through my charges of the whatchamacallit, the Lushan, I think it's the name, and that big yak. I did that really, really quickly, and that's because we just don't need it. That's not something that at this point is going to be necessary to quickly navigate around zones, purely because of dragon riding bunny hopping. At least that's what I like to call it. I think it's fun to say. I think bunny hopping just as a term is a fun term. So for the purposes of that, I'm going to name it bunny hopping. And then, of course, for long distances, we just have dragon riding for that, and it's really good at that purpose. Okay, talk to you, talk to you. The quest back there is for the dungeon. So I'm going to zip around here, angle up, zip down, go through here, and I'm going to harpoon this dragon. So for the purposes of this thing, I need to kill a bunch of proto-dragons, and I need to interact with these eggs. So before I forget, okay, I can't jump up on this cliff. Before I forget, I'm going to take this, swap this here, swap this into my active slot. I'll be using Dreadfire Vessel for the next pull, and I'm going to harpoon you. Grab you. I can harpoon this dragon too the moment it's up, but it'll take a few seconds. So yeah, he's coming. Grab this, harpoon, and that will be our 3 dragons. Oh, that one came pretty quickly. So any second now, I'm going to use Dreadfire Vessel, just delete it from existence. Always nice. And for the next one, I think my Cache of Acquired Treasures should be up, right? Yeah, it should be up. So I can do that, take that, throw that on my trinket slot. Shit. And take this. So we're going to kill this rare. I don't have my trinket up, but there's a mob that I'm going to need to kill very, very soon. So I'm just going to save my trinket for that. Actually, yeah, I used my Phantom Fire here. Thought I pressed it, just wanted to double check. That is good. Actually, I didn't even realize I have Touch of Death for that purpose. I might just be able to delete the next questing mob if I do it correctly. So, round all these guys up. Let's just use Axe Buff then. Just make sure these guys get deleted in an extremely fast amount of time. Yeah, that shreds. Come on. Terrain. Okay. Turn-in is over here. Do a little hop.
What is your need?
And bunny hop over here. This guy. Alright. For some reason, that cinematic did not get auto-cancelled, but either way, doesn't really matter.
I can help you through. Our queen awaits.
Queen awaits. Talk to that person at the Wild Hatchery. Because I need to preserve a little bit of Dragon Riding Vigor, I'm just going to use a Cracked Ran X Control Gem to get that distance. So in cases like this, it's still useful. Just because at that point, I've exhausted it all bunny hopping around the zone, but it doesn't matter. And once again, we don't need to worry about fall damage as long as this works. Yep, it lasted just long enough for me to stick that landing. Perfect. All right.
I will be fine, Solistra.
Check in with the Major Domo.
Rescued. Safe.
Please.
Really quick, before I forget, I'm going to take Weapons of Order, and I'm going to put a point into Grace of the Crane. Take this, drop this Weapons of Order, go into Brewmaster Monk, take this Weapons of Order, and we're good. I also need to refresh my consumables semi-soonish, but we should be fine. I think any second now. Get there. Just gonna Goblin Glider. A little bit of the last distance. Rathian isn't interactable. Oh yeah, he has a little short RP speech, so I might as well refresh Food Buff while I wait for him. At 3, 2, 1, he's technically... Come on. Okay, Food Buff refreshed. Ah. Tell me of the Drakthir's origins. Talk to you. So, for the Black Talon guys, you're just gonna interact with this group right here, and they start to, like, pull each other into the fight, even more than you already interact with. So, eventually, we're going to have a massive group of these guys just whacking us. This might be enough. We'll see. Yeah, because that's definitely more than I initially clicked on. I don't know why that happens. I don't think it's supposed to. It might get fixed, but either way, there are 8 there that you could, if you wanted to, just interact with normally.
Looks like you could all use some resources.
Talk to you.
There's a saying for this. Survival of the...
Oh yeah, you're gonna hear that militia thing over and over. She's the war supply crate drop. She'll just say, like, there's a saying for this, survival of the fittest. And she just does that over and over and over.
It is an honor to
What has your research found?
an esteemed ally of the Black Prince. The walls of the Obsidian Citadel...
Where's the... Yeah, this guy is who I need to talk to.
There's no way the Joradin could have attacked it head
Did it not talk about... Tell me about the weapons. Thank you for the information. Oh, I forgot to say thank you. I see. That was the issue. Always say please and thank you, kids. Otherwise, you won't get quest completion. Alright, what have you observed? And then I look through the telescope and immediately cancel it. We're good. Alright. Curve around here. And talk to Rathian. So now there's a little bit of RP again.
I value your judgment. You are correct. Our forces...
Wait for Rathian. Now, the weird part about this routing is, I believe on launch day, you're actually going to want to set your Hearthstone here. I cannot do that, because I'm not in a guild, so I don't have the 15-minute Hearthstone reduction. So that's where things get a little bit weird, where I have to play around having a 30-minute hearth, but on day 1, you'll get to play around having a 15-minute hearth. So I would say in many cases you're probably going to set hearth there because you will need to head back here really quickly at some point later on in the run. Here's a Gragra. Alright, but that was my wand, right? Oh no, it swapped a sword right before I pressed wand. Aw, that is tragic. Well, that's unfortunate. That would have been so good. Anyways. Get you. Going to quickly pop a Goblin Glider. After this pull, I need to remember to swap my trinkets again, because there's a lot of mobs here that I really want to just delete as quickly as possible. I'm going to drop this bomb. And there we go. Okay, swap my trinkets. So let's go with you, and bada boom. Supply crate doesn't actually give me any completion, so I am just going to move over to the next area. It is this way, right? I still need to do 2 more mobs, so I'm going to round up a bunch right here. So for the purposes of doing this, just going to tag. Should be able to tag these guys. Tag you. Tag you. Probably should have popped gun shoes before I landed for something like that, but it's whatever. One of the really nice things about playing Brewmaster with this setup is I can just Keg Smash Breath of Fire and instantly CC every single mob. So I basically have an AoE stun, or at least an AoE disorient, on a really low cooldown. It makes Brewmaster effectively, you know, god tier for killing large groups of mobs like this. I should be using these bombs, though. That's one thing that I keep forgetting. Or at least it's not a bomb, it summons a mob to help me. Touch of Death, the Kalashi Iron Skin. Yeah, we can take the banner now, and then I think at this point I should head up to the top of this. Going to drop on you, use our trinket, just to delete this mob from existence. Okay, we're almost done. So, going to round up a few more. You can break these pots, that gives a teensy bit. So, 2 pots over here. This means that this should give us enough. I'm just going to floating keg. There we go. Now, there should be a cutscene at this point. Ready to begin the assaults. Rathian will have me run forward, and then there is a teensy little cutscene from this thing. Alright. Citadel entered. I'm going to do 1 pull here. So, just because a lot of these mobs have very little HP. So it's an efficient way to grab 4 of these guys right out of the gate. Unfortunately, they don't really like attacking you correctly. I don't know why, despite me taunting, they're still just hitting the NPC. But not a huge deal. In do Rising Sun Kick, then this, and then if I Fort Brew, I can just Touch of Death this one. Alright. So Rathian is going to give us another quest. He's going to take us up to the ramparts. I will take this first RP flight from him, so I'm ready to assist you. And he's going to drop me up on top of the walls. But then for the other ones, there's like additional Rathian RP flights that he'll offer you. But it's not worth it. So let's see. Now, one thing that's weird is there's like a little Arbalest that you have to destroy right down there. But the game forces you to do them in a very specific order, so you can't like make your own path through this zone. It's very basically forced exactly which directions you go in. Alright, kill you. Sun Kick. And then we're going to head over here. Yeah, so Rathian goes over to help us, but we don't need him because we have our own personal dragon. So destroy this. Now I am going to grab this mob, and you over here. Just because they have very little health and will very easily melt the moment we start doing our AoE rotation. There we go. The next one is on the other side. So going to do my little flap up and then angle down to gain really fast momentum. At this point, I need to kill Champion Choruk. Alright, goodbye Champion Choruk. Dreadfire Vessel is so fucking broken. I love it so much. It's such a good trinket. And I'm just gonna bunny hop over to Rathian because we won't really need it.
I have been expecting you.
Alright, check in with Rathian down there. While I do that, let me remember to swap my trinkets. You also might be wondering why I have so many different trinkets if I'm only really using 2 at the moment. It's, A, good to have a backup, but there's also going to be situations later on where I will have to swap them. Because at this point, mob combats just die so quickly. And also, there are trinkets that are really good for burst damage like that. Like, Dreadfire Vessel is just kind of insane, but it's specifically good at just erasing a mob from the face of the planet. But then something like... Oh, wow. Quest was actually completable. I'm gonna Dragon Ride into the vault like this. I'll probably get dismounted, but I can maintain some of my speed. Yeah, for a little bit. Saves a teensy bit of time. And it looks like people have actually already cleared this out. One of the only, maybe not accurate things about this run is parts like this, right? Normally you'd have to clear out a bunch of mobs to just be able to run around and loot this stuff. But because there are people who are just doing questing at different times, compared to me, they have already fully cleared out this little subzone. So something like this is maybe the only case where you would want to have a speed set. Because for the most part, if you have open world movement in the Dragon Isles, you're going to either A, be in combat and you need to kill something, or you can just hop in your dragon because you're not in combat. So this is, I think, one of the only cases where, in many situations, you are just going to be running around, not in combat, not able to mount up, being forced to pick stuff up off the ground. But in this case, it's also tricky because would a speed set really help me if I was the first person to get here? Because there's supposed to be a lot of mobs throughout this little area. I just don't have to fight them because I'm not the first person here. So, not exactly easy to say what the correct option there is. Generally speaking, I think I will probably be one of the first people on my server, if not the first, or at least one of the first people on my shard to make it here in time. There's also some fun stuff that you could do in here with one of the other reasons I have this trinket, Skulker's Wing. Skulker's Wing is like a bit worse than both Dreadfire Vessel and the Wands from Cache of Acquired Treasures, but specifically if you want to get like a nice little speed boost, you can toss that on. And while it's active, which is like 10 seconds, gives you a bit of extra speed. Which isn't a ton, but, I mean, it's more than you'll get from most other situations. And then for an extended period of time on a pure single target, that's where Faulty Countermeasures is really good, especially for Brewmaster Monks. So, right now, when I just want to delete a mob really quickly, and Dreadfire Vessel is enough to just one-shot it, there's no point in using Faulty Countermeasures to do something that I could just do in 1 second with another trinket. But let's say that there's a mob that has way more HP. Like, there's a lot of elites later on, as I said, where that will be the case. A lot of really tanky mobs that you need to just chip away at over time. In that case, something like Faulty Countermeasures would actually be really good. So that's one of the reasons why I'm packing it in this particular run. And I think for other trinkets, obviously Reactive Defense Matrix is just going to be a better version of Hateful Chain for Brewmaster Monk specifically, due to the way it works for us, at higher levels. At this point, I'm not going to be taking enough damage for Reactive Defense Matrix to really pop off, but I'm doing very large scale, like AoE pulls, and everything is hitting me and I'm constantly proccing that shield. it actually does more damage than any other trinket in the game. It's wild how good that thing is. And then finally, Mecha Cycle, obviously large AoE pulls. We're not really seeing many of them now, just because for a lot of the large AoE pulls I do, well, I can just kind of delete them myself. I don't really need a trinket for those purposes. But later on, when my burst isn't enough to just single-handedly delete an entire pack of mobs, that's where we'll start using stuff like the Mecha Cycle. And travel with Rathian? Okay, yeah, so thing is blocking my sight. Alright. This flight, I think, technically speaking, you could skip it. Like, think that guy. Oh no, he's trying to go down there. Like, I could skip it and just dragon ride all the way vertically, but the main issue is because I don't have my Hearthstone set, so you'll notice it's down to 10 minutes, which, if I had the reduced CD from my guild, I would have been able to use my Hearthstone to get back to Obsidian Bulwark after this is over. Unfortunately, because I don't, I will be finishing this quest very shortly. So, going to pop Gunshoes now. Going to slow down. Oh, wrong version of Rathian. Okay, I think this version of Rathian is just bugged. Yeah, it's buggy, unfortunately. So we're going to talk to left. What can you tell me about Rathian? Then we're going to get over here and talk to this person. What can you tell me about Rathian? Can probably just bunny hop at this point. Just hop over here. Talk to the Archivist. What can you tell me about Sibelian? Okay, I need to do both things. What can you tell me about Rathian? Where's that? Oh yeah, so that other quest objective is for Neltharis. I was pretty sure that wasn't associated with mine. Just wanted to be absolutely sure. Talk to Basculon. What can you tell me about Sibelian? So you'll have to pick either Sibelian or Rathian later on in the questing experience, or it's like after you hit max level, you have to throw your allegiance with one of them, but thankfully it's not like Covenants. So I was actually really worried that they were going to fuck this up, and I'm happy to say they actually haven't done that. Speak with Sibelian to begin moving the eggs. Yeah, so this is the one where we would just hearth back. So it tells you that there's like an optional flight you can take, and that optional flight isn't efficient. So we're going to hit this little wind gust, going to get some of our movement back, angle ourselves down, going to get another burst of speed. So that's one of those things where you could just use your surge forward, but I've definitely found that Skyward Ascent is better because it gives you roughly the same actual speed increase if you just shift that upward momentum into downward momentum, right? But then because you're going from a higher altitude, you also get the speed increase associated with basically angling down, right? It's weird. I would say definitely this is one of those things where the more... Oh my god, Civilian. Fucking hell. I hate when it does that bug. This is one of those things where it seems counterintuitive, and the more you play around with dragon riding... okay, so if I don't hug Civilian, he freaks out and goes, "Champion to me!" So I have to literally hug him. Great. But yeah, in my experience across pretty much my entire time on the beta, this has been the case. I've tried just using Surge Forward, and it does not give enough speed. Not to mention, Surge Forward, in terms of traveling across a, like, straight flat, is always going to be worse, just because it gives you no altitude. Right? But if you're jumping up, like, if you're going a long distance, you obviously don't want to angle down as tightly. But, you know, we'll see. I'm trying to focus both on what I need to do for the rest of the run and explaining everything, but the reality is it's really hard to give detailed explanations while I'm actually doing speedrunning stuff and having to think about, like, okay, how am I doing on experience? How am I doing on all that stuff? It's just constant panic 100% of the time. So I can do Exploding Keg, that'll just one-shot it. So that's the thing between Brewmaster and Windwalker, right? At low levels, if you're geared, right? Brewmaster and Windwalker, in many cases, have, like, almost the exact same damage output. Because stuff will just die nearly instantly. You'll shave a few seconds off playing Windwalker. I would say Windwalker's main advantage will come in the mid-levels, like 64 to maybe 67. That, you could maybe argue, would be significantly faster for Windwalker monks, or for any DPS versus tank. right? Because in that particular case, you're probably going to start having mobs with enough health that having longer sustained burst AoE is actually going to really make a difference. But I would actually argue that tanks like Brewmaster will pull ahead towards the end of the speedrunning route, especially for the campaign, because in Thaldraszus in particular, there's a lot of really, really, really difficult AoE pulls where it is just absolutely brutal to try and do them as a Windwalker monk. You'll generally have to like take them in smaller bursts. And obviously, if you're good at Windwalker, you might be able to pull that off. But realistically speaking, I would say in most cases, oh shit. I might be able to... Yeah, now we can head to the Ruby Life Shrine. Yeah, and one of the other things is you'll notice that I set my hearth to the Ruby Life Shrine earlier. So you might think, oh, well, you already have your hearth set. Why don't you use it? It's just, at this point, so much faster to just use Dragon Riding. So setting our hearth and using it there wouldn't actually really save us any time for that particular travel section. But it saves time going from the observatory, and it saves time going over to the Obsidian Bulwark, what we just saw before. Okay, so we need to clear up the leaves. Then I need to pop Tiger's Lust and get rid of this stuff. Now, unfortunately, I can't Chi Torpedo while doing this, but I can get the momentum buff from Chi Torpedo and then drag this thing. And that's honestly one of the main reasons why I think that just in general, Chi Torpedo is a better spell, at least for leveling. I would say for leveling, it's always going to be a better spell than like Celerity or something. Just because for traveling long distances and for utility purposes with the speed increase, you really can't beat Chi Torpedo. It's actually nuts how good this thing is. Now, one thing I'm going to do right here is because I know I'm about to have to travel a long distance, I'm going to start the Dragon Riding course. And then what we'll go ahead and do is let's get our food buff. I think I should be able to get my food buff. Oh, it interrupts it. Never mind. Alright. You'll see why that was important. You'll notice that right before starting that race, I had absolutely no Dragon Riding Vigor. But, as soon as I finish this, I am ready. And then talk to you. And Alex Strauss is going to tell me to go to Ruby Scale Outpost. You'll notice we now have 3 Vigor. So, if you're in a situation where you absolutely need to travel a long distance and you can only really do it with Dragon Riding, which is the case for this, because you're really not going to be able to use Cracked Tyrannix Control Gem to get this far. So in a case like that, definitely helps to use the Dragon Riding races to reset your Vigor. That is the only case in which you actually do want to, or whatchamacallit, in which you do actually get access to effectively infinite movement. Now, one thing that we'll have to do here in order to complete the campaign, I actually need to complete this introduction quest. So this is mandatory. This is not like a side quest. It sucks because, unfortunately, Blizzard doesn't mark this as mandatory. I really think they should. But in my last run on the beta, what you'll notice, is this a wanted quest? This is a wanted quest. I'll actually do it. It is a wanted quest. Where is it? How far away is it? Fuck that. That is across the zone. I am not doing that. Alright, not actually going to do anything here then. If it was a very short wanted quest, then generally speaking, those are worth it. But this is not a very short wanted quest. I missed one mob. Where is it? Right here. This guy. Alright, and then we have to... Okay, so I should have done this one last inside the tent, because that's where the turn-in point is. Body whiskers. Yeah, and you can see here, it doesn't even give experience, right? So, I'm not doing it because it's efficient. I'm not doing it because I want to. I'm doing it purely because I have to. If I want to... whatchamacallit? If I want to complete the campaign at the end, which, like I said, everybody should do, then that is going to be mandatory. Let me do one more Shadow Core Oil. Should be able to do that without it getting interrupted. And there we go. Now our Vigor has been... it didn't reset. Oh, I see. I think it's because I wasn't on my dragon. It didn't reset it this time. So you need to stay on your dragon until the Vigor reset happens, and then you should be good to go. In that case, I'm actually going to go ahead and use a Cracked Radnax control gem. Just because I want to make sure that I have full vigor going into an Aran Plains, or close to it. But honestly, this thing is just so efficient, it's barely a time loss. Where? Okay. Talk to them over here. Go, talk to you.
Even a young hunter can aid in a proto-drake hunt. Let us see what you've got.
And that. Don't have wand buff up, unfortunately. That's one of the only downsides of Cache of Acquired Treasures. If I had wand buff up, this guy's dead. But I do not. Alas. Oh, and I mistimed my Touch of Death. Big oof. Not a huge deal, though. So, a lot of times, I prefer using Dreadfire Vessel purely for the reliability of it. It will always just chunk something, even though I found that if you get a really good crit on a wand buff, that thing absolutely demolishes mobs. It's wild how much damage that can do. Because normally, Brewmasters will use the Axe buff, because it has like really good synergy with all your quick attacks. So you get really high uptime and vicious wounds. But just for erasing a mob from existence, God, it is so, so nice.
Embrace the storm.
Alright.
It will aid you in the battle.
So there's a few things that we can pick up. There's one thing back here. Yeah, bundle of pelts. Now I need to grab a bunch of different side quests in this area. Just gonna bunny hop over here. This is where we're gonna start actually doing side quests, because we need to do that to reach the end of the campaign. There's only enough experience to get you to around level 67, which, let me tell you, it used to be worse. So I've seen a lot of people complaining, like, oh, I don't want to have to do side quests. Look, Blizzard's always going to make you do side quests. Personally, do I think they should? No, I really don't like doing side quests. I'd rather just follow a linear campaign, and I mean, I think it kind of takes away from the story when you're literally forced to take detours, and it's like, no more story for you. Go do random, like, kill and fetch quests. I dislike that. I think it's fine that they exist, because I have a lot of friends who really enjoy doing all the side quests. But the fact that it is mandatory, not a fan of that myself. But my very first run on the beta, oh dear lord, it was a nightmare. My very first run, I think it took me, well, so I'm going to say it took me 14 hours, right? And you're going to go, oh my god, what the fuck is that? I leveled much faster on the beta on my first time, blah, 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 blah. And yes, my first beta run had way more problems than just the side quests. I happened to do it while there was a bug active where sometimes your talents just wouldn't work. So I think I leveled for, I want to say it was like 3 hours or so with 0 talent points active on a Vengeance Demon Hunter, meaning that I was just pressing Soul Cleave with absolutely 0 modifiers, and that's literally all I had in terms of damage. And like, Immolation Aura, which, once again, with 0 modifiers, does absolutely nothing. So, I did not have a good time my first time leveling through, but even before that bug happened, which it happened around level 69, which, haha, funny number, right? But even before that bug occurred, it was still really, really rough. There were just so many different side quests that I was forced to complete just because XP values were kind of wonky. And yeah, I did not have a very good time, I'll be real. But the current questing experience actually feels significantly better. I can do wands to just erase you. Hopefully this gives us... yeah, I still need Rockfang Femur. So, come on. Drop your Rockfang Femur. I'm just going to do a big pull here, because generally speaking, the time it takes me to kill more than one mob is going to be around the time it takes me to just kill a single one in most cases, and guaranteed chance to drop Rockfang Femur, usually, if there's, like, more than one. I think the quest in the little 4 thing, that's, yeah, Ruby Life, or Waking Shores words. So I'm going to go down here and round up a bunch of these guys. This one, I'm not entirely sure if this particular quest is efficient. I think it depends, because you do only need to get, like, one thing from every single one of these mobs, but sometimes I've found that I just kill, like, a boatload of mobs, and I don't get the drop. And in that case, it feels really bad. But I would say, on average, this is the type of thing that you are probably going to have a perfectly fine time doing. So let's kill these otters. In theory, this does not give us the quest item. Unlucky. The otter one is the biggest issue that I found, specifically because the otters are very spread out. So there's one here, but unlike the other ones, there's not like a big cluster of them. They like swim, and sometimes they're not grouped up, but that time we got it relatively painlessly. That's fine. And then this is also not a big deal because there is another little side hub down here. So the total travel time ends up roughly equalizing, and we're not really wasting our dragon riding vigor by doing this. And you know what I'll do? I'll do Mechacycle in this case. So can pick up. Oh, the trees are blocking my sight. Where? Okay, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for Shikar supplies. Oh, that's the thing that drops off them. I'm supposed to have 2 quests here, though. Oh yeah, there's one prisoner that I still need to free. So I haven't done that, that's why. Alright. That's... And the moment this Mudfin Shaman is dead, I can go hand in the next quest. One thing I actually do really like about the Dragon Isles, I think I've talked about this before, but who cares? Probably the first time I've talked about it, at least on like a recorded thing. Here is this quest objective. I could have sworn I got all of them. And am I just blind? I think, do I just need to do this quest and then I get the follow-up? I think I'm getting confused. So I'm just going to do this. And then this should be enough. And then I hand this in, and then I think he just gives me the follow-up. There's no other quest. I'm getting this confused with something else.
I shall join you next.
Yes, that is exactly what it is. And that's when I get the stuff in the ground. Okay, freeing. Yeah. Okay, so in that case, I should have just done one gigantic pull, killed as many as possible, then freed everything. Going to head over here. But yeah, I really like how they're bringing back like a lot of races that we haven't seen in a while. Because one thing, I haven't really talked about it a lot, because it seems like such a minor gripe that a lot of people are going to be like, who cares? But one thing that I really, really hated about Shadowlands is actually the brokers. I don't understand why the brokers exist. Brokers are literally just ethereals. Like, we literally already have ethereals. Oh, one of the other reasons why really you don't want to use this trinket is a lot of times it just does no damage. Bugs out, clips through the floor, as we saw there. Did absolutely nothing. And that was just a complete waste. So that sucks. We have to kill Mudfin totems. Or collect Mudfin totems. So kill these shaman. Yeah, so that unfortunately that trinket just did absolutely no damage. But what can you do? Weapons of order. Interrupt that. Hopefully this is enough. Yeah, we got all the totems. We're going to go all the way into the back there, and then we're going to get the follow-up quest to kill the leader. It's stuck on a tree branch that I couldn't see, unfortunately. So, do this, swap this there. We should get this. But yeah, I really, really, really hate the, what's it called? The brokers. I don't really think they're bad, per se, but the problem that I have with them is it's just, like, it shows a lack of really, like, any creativity, because the brokers are literally just the ethereals, but, like, ever so slightly different. And if that's the kind of personality that you wanted those characters in the Shadowlands to have, like, as a writer, just use the ethereals. I mean, they literally already have this whole dimension-hopping thing. So, to me, it screams that they just didn't actually, know about the ethereals, or didn't remember them, or think to, like, use it. I don't really know. I just don't understand why the brokers needed to exist when there's a race in the story that fulfills the exact same purpose, and the brokers genuinely just feel like store brands ethereals. So, it makes me happy to see them actually using, like, old characters, or old races, I guess, creatively. Where instead of just having another tribe of random fish people that, you know, the Dragonflight writer decided to create. They're like, hey, let me actually call upon established lore to make people go, oh yeah, I remember those characters. That was cool. And I don't know, like I said, this is a super minor gripe. This is one of the reasons why I haven't really complained about it before, because I know a lot of people are going to go into the comments and be like, oh my god, why is he complaining about, like, stupid lore things? Who gives a shit if the brokers are blah blah blah? There's much bigger issues at Blizzard. Haven't you heard about the sexual harassment? Why do you care about the lore? It's just, people in YouTube comments are fucking weird sometimes, right? So I try to only complain about stuff that I really think is important, but every now and then, you know, it's nice to get something off your chest that seems really stupid and really trivial that like 90% of people won't actually care about. Meet up with the caravan. Do I need to wait for the NPC to get here? Hello? Oh, there we go. I'm ready to go. Now I'm going to use my final charge of Cracked Radnack's Control Gem because I want to save a bit of my Dragon Riding Vigor. But I'm going to get to, let's say, about here. And then this should be good. Because it'll regen while I'm doing the other quests. But I at least knew that with the distance that I had to travel, I wouldn't be able to completely clear that distance. So I wanted to just save a bit of vigor and use that last one. Alright. Going to pop this. Oh, none of these are attackable, right? Was hoping that I could round up a bunch of them, but alas. This. Should have my Cache of Acquired Treasures up by the time I need to fight that mob down there. So fingers crossed that it actually cycles into the correct buff. Okay, fresh game meat, we got 25 out of 30. So 20 more seconds. And let me round up a few. So I'm going to get you, and you. Oh, shit. I got booped into the air, so it didn't actually work. But okay, we have sword buff. But actually, you know what? Axe buff is fine. I think axe buff is totally a perfectly fine second thing to have. Won't kill it as quickly, but it means the rest of the mobs are just going to get absolutely annihilated. So just do that, and yeah, still pretty fast. Fresh game meat, and we'll head up this way. And I don't really think I'll need to use a trinket for at least a little bit, so I don't really think I need to do a swap.
I am not. I won!
Go to the Maruk. Alright, I'm going to try to coast down very close to the ground just so I can use this one vigor to make it the rest of this distance. Should be fine. And yeah. Now, one thing that I made a mistake on last time is I killed ducks for about 5 minutes, and then somebody in chat pointed out that you can just pluck the ducks, and I did not realize that. Now, it looks like the ducks do not like to be plucked, so in some cases it may not work. Oh, yeah, no, that is significantly faster. So I wasted a lot of time just going on a duck massacre, and I think I had to kill God knows how many ducks before they actually dropped the required feathers. And yeah, it's because I was doing the entire quest wrong. So I think I'm imagining that if I read the quest text, it would have said something to the effect of, hey, if you want to, you know, peacefully collect the duck's feathers, why don't you try plucking them? Maybe the ducks won't mind. But of course, me, being the lazy bastard that I am, I did not read the quest text, and I instead just killed a bunch of innocent ducks. So always read the quest text, otherwise, you know, you might harm the environment or something. I don't really know what the lesson here is. The lesson here is that I'm a fucking idiot sometimes, I suppose. Hopefully this drops the heart, so I don't need to keep killing these guys. It did not. So I'm going to do a little bunny hop across the water, like so. And tag, 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 tag. Drop our white tiger statue, because we're going to have to chip away at these guys. And Breath of Fire, goodbye. There's my salamander art. Not gonna grab that reed because it would force me to be in combat, but be able to sneak in, pluck this mallard. Yep. One more and a reed. Please don't be in combat. Be a good little mallard. Let me pluck you. Thank you. And wow, that was so much less painful than it was the first time I did it. Ah. Yeah, thank you to whoever in chat told me that, because I guarantee you, when I had been streaming that last time and somebody told me that I was doing it wrong, if they hadn't said that, I'm gonna be real, I probably would not have noticed. I would have just continued killing ducks up until launch day without actually realizing that I was doing the quest wrong. So, it's as the saying goes, right? Two heads are better than one. Every now and then, you might have practiced something a lot. You might think that you know a lot about how to do something efficiently, and then you just start murdering ducks. So you need somebody else there to tell you, hey, maybe you shouldn't be murdering the ducks. And that's one of the nice things about actually streaming my practice runs now, because I don't end up developing bad habits in a vacuum like that. Alright, let me go ahead and I'm going to pop my Goblin Glider. And down here. That's one of the nice things about using Goblin Glider still. You can basically get up really high. If you don't have a lot of Dragon Riding Vigor, just use your Vigor to get altitude. Then once you're at a high altitude, just pop your Goblin Glider. So it makes it really, really easy. Grab the seasoning. Going to chuck it on the meat.
Our foals eat more spice than this.
There we go. Oh, it's this one. And throw this on the meat. Let me pick some talents. We're going to go with Chi Surge, and we're going to go with one more point of Grace of the Crane. Boom.
Bring over the biggest container of spice.
So, one of the things that I should note as far as the build goes, we will be using, at least for leveling, both Bone Dust Brew and Weapons of Order. The only reason that I'm going to be doing that, and I'm taking Weapons of Order first because obviously it's nuts, especially with the way that this build works, where you're constantly resetting Breath of Fire with Keg Smash, having access to more Keg Smashes just makes Weapons of Order even better than it already is in a vacuum. So in every single situation, you're going to run it. But the reason why we take Bone Dust Brew over some of the other stuff, which I personally think is better, is A, I don't need any survivability capstones for the purposes of the leveling run. Like at max level, there's some capstones as a Brewmaster that you might want to run because it's like high tolerance. For instance, that's one that I've been running at least 1 point into. Just because the ability to increase your stagger and gain haste based on it is very, very, very nice. Also, there should be a mailbox right around here. So I want to grab another. The Postmaster is sending me shit. I don't want your shit, Postmaster. And I'm going to set my hearth here. Probably going to need it later. I think there's a quest where you need to set your hearth. But there's one Hearthstone spot in particular where I actually think it is more efficient. So we'll see. No Crude Fighter, we need 6. So this should be... Yeah, this is 6. So do this, do this, do this, do this. And... that's 6. Alright. Come on, get me out of combat. Get me out of combat. Up, 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 up. There we go. Yeah, I didn't even need to use Weapons of Order there, but Chi Surge absolutely fucks on large packs. It does so much damage. It's very, very nice to have. What the hell? Why is the pet battle highlighted? That can't be what it wants me to do. Right, begin pet battle. Why? 2 and 2 together. Okay, that's not a main campaign quest. I don't know why it's like so heavily highlighted. Let me pick up some side quests here. I think I want to do this one, if memory serves. And then Fields of Frosty. Right. Yeah, I need to grab you. No, that's Trouble in the Pines. That's not Fields of Frosty. That's Fields of Frosty. Alright, I'm going to quickly Goblin Glide. We won't need it, so just going to save a teensy-weensy little bit of time. And do this. Talk to Elder whatever. and then dismount, cracked Radnax control gem, and we're just going to fly over this cliff, take 0 fall damage, because cracked Radnax control gem is OP. Buy a honey plum tart right here. Can't until it finishes auto-vendoring stuff. There we go. Honey plum tart. I don't really think any of these quests are efficient. I'm going to pick them up just in case. Because you never know. And it's one of those things where I like to try and pick up extra side quests just on the off chance that I happen to be in the area. And I notice, hey, this side quest is literally right there. Maybe I should incorporate this as my route. And there's been a bunch of times where midway through the questing process, I found a side quest that I didn't really consider before. And then after looking at it, I'm like, wait, no, this is actually really efficient. Definitely should be routed in. Where are... There. Okay, so I need to pick up, I believe, let me look at the tooltip. It's 5 of these flowers, then crush them into incense. So there's 1. There is 3. Where are the flowers? Here we go. There's 4. Oh. Forget where the other one is. Ah, up here. There's 5. Bingo. And where's the mob that I need to talk to? It is this guy right here? Alright, cool.
This is sacred land.
Ask about Dawa's proposal.
Now it will be quiet again.
Yak milk pudding. Alright. Going to go back here, crush the sweet suckle incense. Then I have to interact with this. And
A message from Sansa Khan.
talk to you.
Wind corrupted. The storm
Wait for it.
overwhelming.
Ooh, chi torpedo. That's what I like. And just carry it over cliffs. Let me browse your goods. Yak milk pudding.
Oh, Nora. Could she be in danger?
Report to Sansa Khan. It's down here. This point. Okay, it's I'm ready. And then
Incorrect. Try again.
okay, it's Tirai, then
Correct.
Shikar, Onir,
Incorrect.
Nokud, Shikar. Yeah, I need to memorize this. It only saves a few seconds, but I just honestly spam clicking that ends up just being roughly as efficient. So a lot of times I just don't even think about it. I'm just like, yeah, spam click it. But I do need to take some time to actually memorize the correct order of the answers there. Arbhog's horns. Oh my god, there's like so many objectives for this one quest. Now, it's funny because the only reason that we're actually doing this one particular quest is because almost every single objective just happens to be directly in the path of where we're going. So normally, I wouldn't do old Arbhog here. That is the end of it, though. But because I'm actually going to be heading right over here anyways, doesn't even matter.
Have you traveled?
Thank you.
See you soon.
And then, yeah, I'm not going to do the rest of that quest line. Going to... Shit, I'm out of Dragon Riding Vigor. Doesn't really matter. Wrote this here. There we go. Now it's working. So this is the Ring of Blood. This is going to be difficult. It's tuned around having a lot of people, but I'm pretty confident in my ability to do it. So for this, I'm actually going to be using my normal food. So going to be removing the bonefish thing, just because I want every last little advantage that I can get. Going to pop this. And we're going to have to actually do our rotation correctly here. Alright, a little bit of RP, but I believe that this little side quest hub is worth it if you are confident that you can handle doing this chain. Because it is really fucking good. And you can see that it is possible to just absolutely shred a lot of these mobs. Might have even wanted to just stand in that and take the damage. Now, I'm going to, when we get closer, I'm going to be basically blowing all my cooldowns as quickly as possible, just so that I have access to as many uses of them as possible. Oh, fucking hell. Even though I was in touch of death range, sometimes it doesn't update in time, and you only get, like, the big chunk of damage instead of the instant one-shot. It's fine, then. Alright. Ready to begin the fight. Head down here. Now I'll be swapping to this trinket, faulty countermeasures, for longer sustained damage. Then I think by the next one, I should have Dreadfire Vessel words back up again. Then after that, I will swap back to Cache of Acquired Treasures. Then probably Dreadfire Vessel again. We'll see how it goes. Alright. Getting our Rushing Jade Wind active. And... focus on this. Got all the countermeasures here. Now active. Right. Use my Phantom Fire. Can I not use, yeah, drums? Apparently doesn't work. Alright. Good to know. We might be able to Touch of Death this guy, but I think by the time it's up, it'll actually be inefficient, so I'm just going to save Touch of Death for the next mob in particular. So, just get rid of you. Yeah, I technically could use it. I can just use Tiger Celeste to clear this. And turn this in, turn this in. Ready to begin the fight. Alright. Let's just use Cache of Acquired Treasures, actually. I think one... Actually, for something like this, Axe Buff might be better. Because since I can't instantly one-shot the mob, I think that would probably be more optimal, just using Axe Buff to completely obliterate this guy. I'll probably just use whatever I have access to. Throw down White Tiger Statue. He's doing his little RP thing. Oh my god, this is a lot of RP. Come on. Making me waste my White Tiger Statue. Oh, how dare you. What do we get? What do we get? Sword buff. Alright. Definitely don't want to use sword buff. But since I'm going to have axe buff, I'm just going to pop that. Interrupt that cast. Alright. Fresh Rushing Jade Winds. And I accidentally hit 4 Brood. Oh, it sucks. Whatever. Goodbye. And this, this. Start the fight. Okay, 2 mobs in this one. I want to swap my trinket. I'm going to go ahead and let's pop this in. Why not? There's 2 mobs in this case. I forget which one I want to kill first, because one of them has like a healing effect. So I definitely want to deal with that first, but I don't recall which one it is. So I'm probably going to go for the caster. I'll go with the caster, but obviously I want to focus on doing as much 2-target damage as possible. That's going to be more important. But also because I have, yeah, access to the Disorient. Get rid of Debilitating Poison. Let's do that. Just blast him with Dreadfire Vessel. I think Languid Bloom is the heal, right? Maybe not. I could have sworn one of them had like either a heal or an absorb. Maybe I'm just misremembering. Don't want to get hit with Debilitating Poison. I have no idea what it does. I've kicked it every single time it gets, or starts to get cast. But you just figure that something called Debilitating Poison probably isn't a thing you want to get hit by. So you might as well kick it. So we're going to stun you. We're going to do Weapons of Order. Bing, bang, boom. So I'm going to try and... taking a lot of damage, actually. Okay, get rid of you. And... nice. Their militia goes again. Okay, hand that in. Talk to you. Ready to begin the fight. And go ahead and start. Primalist Champion. Is this the final boss? I actually forget. Crap, I keep forgetting. Let's go with you. Pop that in there. And yeah, I think that's going to be better than my other options. We'll cycle between these 3 trinkets for stuff like this. Alright. Yeah, so this is something where Windwalker would be able to do a lot of damage, but I think especially some of these later ones, Windwalker would really struggle in terms of raw survivability. Because I'm basically not even having to use, like, Celestial Brew and stuff. Just Stagger and Gift of the Ox procs, basic things, are keeping me alive. But you'll notice my health actually started to dip pretty low there. So I think it's at that point where a Windwalker Monk might need to do some, like, CC and Kite, or maybe just Touch of Karma, you'd be fine. That's the kind of thing where I'm not entirely sure, but it would definitely be way more sketchy than just doing things normally. We're almost done. I'm going to save Touch of Death because we're already kind of deep into the kill range, and I want to use it on the next mob. Alright. Over here. 1 fight left. Yeah, so this is the last one. Begin the fight. Alright, starting the RP. Let me swap to Cache of Acquired Treasures. Now, in a situation like this, it could theoretically be worth it to swap to Reactive Defense Matrix. I might be taking enough damage to proc it, but I'm just not 100% sure. I feel like every single time I've tried to use Reactive Defense Matrix while leveling up, I've just been disappointed by it. With the exception of Valdrassus. Like, really high-level stuff, in that case, I can say for sure that it ends up being worth it. But anything below then, it ends up disappointing me. Because I love the trinket, but you really need to be taking a lot of damage to make it work. So here, I'm going to be using my Axe buff, because overall, that's going to give me more damage. I wouldn't be able to one-shot this mob with Wand anyway, unless I got a really... Actually, no, even a crit Wand buff would probably still only be able to one-shot the mob from this point. And I would imagine if we look at my breakdown overall after the fact, this will end up being more efficient. And then Touch of Death should be it. Mob's not dead. Oh no, the mob's not dead. Oh no, the quest is bugged. Oh no. Why isn't it working? Alright, well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I've heard this happen sometimes. I was lucky enough to not run into this issue on my previous test run, so I was hoping they had fixed it. But evidently they haven't. Oh, awesome, Blizzard, thank you for that. Obviously, I get it. Incoming YouTube comments. Oh, you know, you do realize it's called a beta, right? Look at this guy complaining about issues on the beta. Like, yeah, I get it. It's still frustrating. I have every right to just be upset and be like, ah, darn it. This quest didn't work properly. I'm not going to go write an angry forum post and be like, how dare you, Blizzard? I was doing a testing run on the beta, and I lost time because your stupid quest wasn't working. And then, you know, shakes hand at Sky, etc. Obviously not going to do that. Here to help restore the Green Oathstone. Yeah, so I think if you... obviously, if you don't have that bug, I want to say that quest is efficient, but it's hard to say for sure. It also does take quite a while to kill all the mobs. So there's an argument to be made that that is just not worth doing. But we got about like half a level from that, so it wasn't terrible. Go. This quest line is, for this particular set of quests, is pretty efficient. Just going to blow you up real quick. There's another guy attacking me. Okay, he reset. Covering their tails. So, yeah, I need to kill 8 of these guys, and I've done, or 10 of these guys, done 3 so far. So that means I need 8. That should probably drop you, White Tiger statue. White Tiger statue effectively works like Black Ox statue in many, many cases. So one of the main issues that I have with Black Ox Statue at the moment, and I really do think it should be reworked to make it actually useful in more than like an extremely niche situation, is because you can now do ranged pulls and like establish a decent amount of threat with a long distance White Tiger statue. God damn it. I need to not slam that immediately. I keep thinking, oh yeah, look at the health, I'm in range, and then it's just, it actually hasn't hit that threshold yet. But yeah, the main issue I have with Black Ox Statue is that was like most of its utility. At this point, the only thing that Black Ox Statue really offers is it technically pulses a bit more threat, so it might be able to hold threat off like a light amount of damage. Okay, I think this is where, yeah, it's RP.
The storm crests the horizon.
So at this point, I can swap my food buff.
My promise to the emissary stands. It seems the Maruk and the dragons need each other once again.
Just 1 second, and there we go.
Your presence is a favor. Make haste.
Deliver the message to that dude all the way over there. Alright.
Cider. You must be the dragon seeker Sansok Khan told me about. If you aim to help the dragon.
Okay, so at this point, long travel distance, this is pretty much always going to be a play where we do this. Lots of dragon riding. If you wanted to, you could probably use Falling Flame here. There's a few different instances where Falling Flame might be slightly efficient. I think in this case, probably just a better option to dragon ride across the zone. And then I think I set my hearth here, right? Yeah, this is the hearth. Yeah, this point is definitely where you want to set your hearth. I will show why later on.
My hearth awaits you. The Maruk have not seen such a massive conflict for generations.
Alright, talk to Elder Uravi. I forget which one gives which quest.
This is sacred land.
Up to no Nokud. Love that quest name. Yeah, that one I actually wanted. Alright. Go over here.
Trade follows trust.
Once again, I forget which one this gives.
Are you good? Be respectful.
There's a few. Wind tokens. No, that's not. Yeah, that's not going to be efficient. But now, this is a Gunshoes angle, because I need to interact with a bunch of different mobs. So, do this. Talk. And zip around this point. Wanted quest. Grab that. Head all the way over here.
Have you eaten?
Grab that. And talk to Scout K Young. This guy. Now there is... yeah, there's a turn-in point over there. So we're going to backtrack slightly. Go to the hand in place.
You returned. Have you relayed my orders? Care for the lie should warn you. Boku has a bit of a self-confidence.
And...
Rest assured, he's an excellent mystic. I think.
here.
Onara, where is your place the totems while I try again to commune with Onara? Onara, heed me. Your
This...
people need you. Have I offended you, Wind Mother? I am just a lowly initiate. I need your guidance. I hear nothing.
And now I have to go do the rest of the quest. So I'm going to take a very slight detour just to do one or two of these side quests in this little area. Just because a few of these are actually a little bit efficient. So do that. We're going to do one more. This guy. Alright, Tomb Color. Just immediately Touch of Death him. Then, in order to conserve a little bit of Dragon Riding Vigor... oh, I'm an idiot. I have to... there's a spear that I have to pick up, right? Whatever. Raktaran X Control Gem. I would have needed to replace it anyways, so...
Be welcome. He
blah, blah, blah. Alright, next. Need to go... talk to the quest giver in this area. So, angle down, interact with the bags, collect the belongings, And then it's right up around the next little corner. Oh, crap. Yeah, I have to interact with this one. Take the object. And then they're a little bit further down. So I can... There we go. Little bit of an improper use of my dragon riding vigor there, but
What can we do?
not the end of the world.
I have failed as a mystic.
So I'm just going to round up a bunch of mobs. That seems pretty good. And what do I have? I have wand buff. Wand buff won't be up for when I need it. Unlucky. Yeah, let's grab some more. Just a few more mobs. This and... I'm gonna pop my axe buff here, though. Should be able to quickly melt through all these guys. Loot these. Should be enough bundles of totems. I'm actually, like, short, like, one bundle of totem. Bundle of totem words. And there's a rare mob, right. Okay. So, I'm going to take out this rare mob just because it takes only seconds. And... do I touch of death? No, I'm going to touch of death the questing mob immediately after, because I would still have to kill this Mystic Hunter. So better to just do 2 birds, 1 stone. Got a trinket. Yeah, so still got to do you, and then should be good now. Touch of death, goodbye. And back to the questing hub. Can just kind of coast. As long as we're angling slightly down, we don't lose all of our speed.
This task. Should it not fall to you? By your leave, my
Okay, for this,
find Onara.
I'm going to gun shoes about half of the way.
You, Boku, must find Onara.
And then I'm going to dragon ride. It's this way, I'll be able to actually make it in time. So, any second now, the moment my vigor comes back. My vigor's not coming back. Ah, the regen is rough. And a lot of people are going to ask, should you get dragon riding runes? I know it may look like it sometimes, as in like, oh wow, that would be so much easier if you had like the right dragon riding rune and your vigor was already back up. But you have to always consider, like a lot of people just think, oh, well they see that, yeah, if you had X, Y, Z, this would be a few seconds faster. But then a lot of people forget to consider, how much time does it take to get XYZ? So, yeah, sure, dragon riding glyphs may save a little bit of time across the entire run, but that's the key word there, being a little. It only saves a teensy bit of time when you really get down to it, outside of getting that 4th vigor point. There's one dragon riding thing that I'm going to just take when I get to, let's call it Ronin Shield in Azurspan. I'm probably... it's a little bit tricky because you're gonna probably get it a little bit earlier, but I figure by guaranteeing that I have access to it now, it'll be fair. But point being, because dragon riding stuff is across your entire account, that's one thing that's a little bit difficult to simulate for like day 1 leveling. But really not a whole lot I can do about that, so I'm just gonna wait to pick up that talent until I get midway through Azurspan, and then that'll save a little bit of time. But there's only 1 point in dragon riding glyphs that you actually take, and we'll see that later. And that's only because there are at least 3 to 5 or so dragon riding glyphs that you will just encounter directly on the leveling process, stuff like that one there. So if you want to take a very, very minor detour to grab one of those glyphs, yeah, sure, then in many cases that will be efficient, just to grab like 3. But we're talking like maybe a few seconds at best for a detour. Anything more than that, and it just starts to really not be worth it. Then it just starts to be like, yeah, you know, you're just wasting time. It's, in the long run, not going to end up being faster. Let's see here. So, like, Gale Shot. Come on, die. Thank you. Alright, that's level 65. So, we're halfway there. Ish. Obviously, lots of experience stuff happens towards the end. So, you can get a lot of experience towards the, point in Azure Span. But we're probably just gonna, well, not probably, but I'm going to personally just be avoiding that and going down Thaldraszus. So as long as you get to, like, level 69, going into Thaldraszus, you're fine. That's really all you need to do. Just a Child of Onara back here. And one more, and then we get the little cart. There's one more wagon that I need to destroy. Now, where is Marinar the Murderous? Because I think that one I want to get. Yeah, wanted Marinar the Thunderous or whatever. Alright, destroyed this. Then there's one more crate on the other side. Kind of hard to really route that super tightly. We're going to do this. Just going to try to delete these guys as quickly as possible. And destroy that. We're good. So, head up here. I shouldn't need to waste any more vigor. I want to make sure I have all of it by the end. Complete these quests. And we're good. So now we just need to kill as many mobs as possible. It'll say, like, protect X mob, but in reality, you're just trying to grab any of these little essences, or there's, like, centaurs that'll spawn, and you just want to kill them. As you kill more mobs, additional ones will spawn, so this is literally just a race of how fast can you kill things. There we go, we got an Agitated Initiate. Just delete him really quick. Agitated Essence. Tag, 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 tag the Initiate. Because you do a lot of tagging with, Crackling Jade Lightning, I could see a case being made in some specific circumstances for Black Ox Brew. Because, generally speaking, you don't really need to do... You don't really need to do a ton of, like, very expensive energy spending, especially while leveling up. So, there's not a ton of usefulness to it. But because right here I'm exhausting my energy a little bit, even then though, as long as I'm really fast about canceling it so it doesn't drain my energy, it really isn't that big of a deal.
Another room down. Hold fast, Windmother.
Touch of Death, and we're good. Nice. Okay, Onara freed, so any second now. Come on. Please. Please tell me it didn't bug. Oh no, did it bug? Wait, there's a Child of Onara. Is it working? I think it might be bugged. I'm gonna kill these mobs, and if they don't free it, I'm just going to assume that the quest is broken, because I'm pretty sure it's just supposed to start a cutscene, and then it ends. There's a bunch of Childs of Onara.
One more to go. We will
What? Oh, there we go. Okay, weird. I guess it wasn't bugged, he just took a really, really, really long time. Longer than I remember that taking. Alright. No big deal then. Thank God I didn't abandon it.
Quickly. You must tell the Kanamatra all that has happened.
I'm going to grab the Thunderous Plate over here from that. Actually, yeah, just do this. We'll do this, yeah. No, this is going to be better. So you can very easily just Dragon Ride there. I've seen people argue for setting Hearthstone there. I don't agree with that.
We will
Okay, chasing the wind. Good opportunity to refresh my consumables. There's 4-star P. Nothing we can do about it.
Eagerly await your report.
Alright, that's refreshed.
Honored Khans, we have
That.
spotted a war band of Nakud, headed toward the Horn of Drasor. Balakar is leading them himself.
Oh yeah, this is the one where we go over there.
How large is the warband? We should be wary. This might be a diversion.
Alright.
Enough to overwhelm the village of the hill, but far from all their forces.
One of the sucky parts about speedruns is I can't just take coffee breaks. This would be a great time for a coffee break, but
No,
alas,
not yet. We
I have to
still
just
need
power through.
We must
Talk to you, I understand.
destroy the horn to prevent us from calling the green dragons.
Alright,
Sanzok is
it's
here.
this
It
one.
may be a diversion. We cannot commit all of our forces, even if it is to defend our most sacred artifact.
Yeah, this one. Right here, right here. Alright. Head over this way. Talk to you.
Daughters of Khonsgard, I am entering
Then we're gonna
the
pop our gun shoes. Round up a bunch of these guys over here. And just do a nice little loop around. Get aggro on all of them. And this should be enough to just complete the quest. So, yep. Just going to drop all this stuff. We have axe buff. Yeah, let's just pop our axe buff. Why not? And okay, we're a little bit short. I can get this by interacting with the injured guys. So injured there. Yep.
We must get through
And touch of death. The moment I get in range, just gonna pop warp room now. And we're good. Goodbye.
Wait, what is that up ahead? It is Onara.
I'm still in combat with 1 or 2 mobs, which kind of sucks. But the moment this quest pops up, I'm ready. I think, yeah, cutscene doesn't fully get me out of here, so I'm just going to get rid of this mob real quick.
That's the Horn of Drasor. It was loud enough to wake the dead.
Yes, Coralette forced Onara to
We're going to do this quest here. So here we have to talk to the green dragons.
We cannot
Let's explain ourselves.
We mean you no harm.
And then there's a little bit of RP here. So after this RP, this is one of those flights where, like I said, you immediately get completion credit. So I'm going to disable the flight, and then I think this is a good place to use our second Falling Flame. So I can Falling Flame all the way across the zone, get to Marinar the Thunderous, and then from here, the quest objective will be around there. We're going to swing here, pick up a side quest right there, do that side quest, double back, complete another side quest, complete a little side quest hub with 2 rares down there, and then progress on the main campaign.
With you, daughter of the dream.
Alright.
Shikar, Onir. We must join you to repel the
Waiting,
warlords
waiting,
from our land.
waiting. Any second now. Listen to the discussions. Alright. Talk to you. Hop on this guy. I'm ready to go. Alright, so we're going to dismount, do this, and Falling Flame. Now, aiming right around for Marinar the Thunderous. It's roughly where I want to get to. Should be good. Unfortunately, I forgot to pick up another Cracked Radnax control gem. So, going to have to do a little bit of a crash landing. But we should be good as long as I clip. There we go. Alright. Got this guy right here. So this is 1 rare mob, because it's really easy to kill. Just, it's worth the experience of killing this guy. And then Marinar is just outside this little area. Gonna save Touch of Death. We got two things, a toy and a fist weapon. So Marinar is right down there. Just gonna health pot. I just don't want to risk sliding down the cliff and dying to something really dumb, because that would just be really embarrassing. And yeah, I don't want to have that happen. Let's do this, just in case. Probably just going to be able to get him into touch of death range really quickly, so I doubt I'm going to need this, but can't hurt. Shit. I got one of the ducks. Any second now. I'm getting a lot of the ducks. It should be fine, especially because we don't actually need to take any major detours, so we're going to get the Thunderous Horn, and then we're going to turn this in later. So like I said, we just continue along with the main campaign. So down here, angle down, I'm going to try to wrap around to this mountain. So there should be a side quest right here, unless... No, it doesn't look like it. There must be some, like, weird trigger for that side quest. Oh well. In that case, I won't actually incorporate it. Doesn't really matter. It's, like, one quest. And actually, that's the one that I was thinking, is it really worth it? This one we will do. The Grassus one. He asks us to... It's like the insects, right? Yeah, this is the insect one. So I have to go around, grab a bunch of beetles. So, you... Fly spawn parts. Okay, I think will need one more. Yep. Fly spawn beetle. I don't have speed taunt, unfortunately, but that's enough. Turn it in. Then he'll ask us to go pet some ducks. Go pet the ducklings. No, I didn't overshoot it. Okay. Was worried that I went to the wrong little area, but no. Pet the ducks. Pet the ducks. Gotta get this duck, and then there is one extra duck. There we go. Let me pet you, duck. I'm going to get stuck on the ledge because I'm a fucking idiot. And... Now, this is the... yeah, we have to go rescue firequackers. Alright. So I'm going to do that in just a second. Talk to Marithra. She'll give us a few different buffs. So I'm going to pop Goblin Glider here. Going to try to kill this guy as I fly down. Pop Touch of Death. We got, yeah, we saved Firequackers. Okay. So that should be quest completion for that. Now, there is another quest around this area, but I think I haven't... Oh, yeah, no. I've gotten the prereq. So this one's enabled. I don't know why the other one wasn't. No. Fly up this way. Dip down. The guy I need is in the cave around here. So I'm just going to dive straight in, talk to Theramis, and hand in this quest here.
Is there trouble? Hi.
And we're not going to do these. But because that is a very quick side quest, and it happens to be really close to this, right over here, might as well. Because anytime there is a bunch of rares that I can just delete from existence, we will take it. So this, and we're good. And then one more rare. Also, 1 point to spend. I think this is where I definitely want to get Bone Dust Brew. And then I'll apply changes after. Yeah, combat first. Yeah, so it's blocking my sight. There we go. Apply changes. Bone Dust Brew. While I fly back, I'll try to get it onto my bars. Okay, Bone Dust Brew. Throw this down here. Probably not going to be able to make it up to this guy. If I really... Yeah, perfect. I angled myself properly. And I got it done. And now we're going to talk to the Flight Master. Not the Beetle. Come on, nameplates. Ancient Bow is in danger. Right over here. This guy, you're needed in front. Then Guard Captain Aloan.
Aspects watch over you.
And should be able to just, yeah, go up that hill like so. Talk to you. Nope, that's not what I wanted to happen. I thought I needed to talk to that person. Apparently I don't. Alright, we're fine. Now we know. Alright, Grassus. And in the quest for saving firequackers. And now we're going to go over here, talk to Marithra. And she is going to say that we need to go... RP, I'm guessing?
I have many lucky doos.
Oh no, it gave me the quest. I don't know why I thought it didn't.
May your feet find
So it gave me the quest to go over there. So, unfortunately, I don't have a lot of dragon riding vigor. So, what I'm going to do here is activate the race. Where is it? There we go. Hopefully this time it works. I'd like to try the course. Yeah, gives me 3 vigor. And it's going to reset me any second now. Okay, that took a little bit longer than it used to. I wonder if Blizzard added that little timer just to make this trick less valuable. At that point, it might have been better to just fly and just eat the time loss, but still pretty quick.
Just in time. A report? A report is that the rear flank
Trying not to hit any branches to
amidst the carnage
keep
that
my
followed
speed.
our victory.
Okay, here to hear your report. And actually, you know, that was probably worth it because I could do those little bunny hops and not lose any time. Then here I can
Become the eagle.
do this little RP on rails flight thingy-mabobber.
Have not only enhanced the Nokud's abilities, but also joined their ranks. Look at the size of those stormbound colossi. This does not bode well for us. That portal must lead to where the Primalist reinforcements await. I wonder if slaying those summoners would disrupt it. Perhaps it would collapse. Quickly, Avara. Return before they see you. No!
Let me speak to Marithra.
Return to the winds of
Show me what you see.
blessed
Auto skips. And we're good to go. So, for this, mostly just going to be doing big pulls around this, these little ballistae things, because we need to destroy them as part of the quest. But one of the main issues with this part is you can't really drop combats. There's not a lot of great uses for any of our speed stuff. And because you actually need to interact with these ballistae, we can't just do like a big roundup session. Also, that wouldn't even really work, purely because of the fact that... What's it called? A lot of these mobs are already stuck in combat, so for stuff like this, it would help, though. Just chuck Bone Dust Brew on him. Oh, I'm actually taking damage here. I have to press my survivability buttons. Ooh. Making me work for it, game. Alright, break this. You're dead. I don't want to grab that skirmisher, because if I do, it's just gonna get me stuck in combat. But I need to kill the Warmonger, I need to kill the Ballistay, and then that should be able to get this quest. And then it asks me to... Then I have to do this. Now this is interesting because this quest you need to do a long channel thing. For Call Marithra. And I don't want to be interrupted. So I'm going to try to kite these mobs to the best of my ability. So I did the AoE Disorient and Breath of Fire. That should have bought me enough time. And it did. Nice. So I'm just going to kill these mobs to get the last bit that I need for the bonus objective. Okay, that's completion. And... dead.
What will you ask of the Kanamatra?
Now I have to kill this one more mob over here. Oh, there's a rare mob over here. I actually never noticed that. That's probably worth killing. And... dead. But I am going to go for the rare mob. Typhoon the Ascended. Let's grab you. Drag you over here. Nope, I said over here. There we go. Get bounced. Don't have my wand buff up. But I do have Touch of Death, so goodbye. Alright. Now, the trick with this is I want to be able to get out easily without being stuck in combat. Actually, I did not have wands. I keep not getting wands when I want it. We're fine, though. We're fine. Okay. Don't get into combat with the Warmonger. And... I will have wands up for this guy, though.
Insolent worm! The storm consumes all!
And goodbye. That's so much.
No! I will not be defeated!
I have to defeat this lady, though.
You've accomplished nothing.
So it's not super efficient there, just because you have to do 2 different mobs at the same point. But, it'd be worse. I'm not even going to bother wasting a GCD on this owl. I don't think it would do more damage than just hitting Spinning Crane Kick at this point, with how quickly this mob's going to die. Yeah, there we go. Then speak to Garithus. Take me to Marithra. Okay, you can see there, I got credit for that, so I can just go ahead and just zip there myself. This is one of those. In this case, though, you can just fly. Pretty simple. Alright, we're going to over there. Back to Marithra. Alright, offer her first kill. Oh shit, no, it's trophy from her first hunt. That's what it was.
After their first hunt, a young hunter of our clan receives a...
From the descendants of them, this spear is
Then you offer an eagle feather. Right. This one you definitely want to memorize, and this is offer blood.
I accept your offering.
Alright.
Here, take this.
Get the blood.
Hello, I remember
Go.
you well. You are so much.
Marithra's gonna pick this
I
up.
accept your offer.
And then I have to grab this and present it to
You are welcome
you.
at my fire.
Tell me of your dreams.
The daughters of
Now,
Mira-
Marithra is going to send me all the way over here. This is where we use our Hearthstone. So we're going to return to Tirakai. And at this point, I can hand in that wanted quest from earlier, and we're going to be significantly closer. So, right here.
Are your manners?
Right, that's 66. And we're just going to Dragon Ride across the zone. I'm also going to do Call the Plains, just because it's decently fast. Alright. So down here, this is also going to be part of like a little daily hub, this section, I think. If it's the one I'm thinking of, which I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, this is the daily hub. Alright.
Are you good? Heed your blind spots.
And then talk to this guy.
Good. My family greets
And there should be a wanted quest. I have no idea where it is. No, I guess it's not up. So I guess sometimes there'll be a good daily quest there. Sometimes it's just not active. So in that case, doesn't matter. We just skip that. Good to know. I will need to at some point clear both my bags and my questing log. So that's going to be important.
We will find anyone here who can help our
Lania can help direct you toward the king. I'm sure an adventurer will come by.
There's one quest here.
Calling with him.
How many more adventures?
Tell me the rules for crafting, and then you turn this in. Pick whatever you want, doesn't really matter. It depends on your starting profession, I guess. Whatever you actually want. And I don't have a lot of dragon riding vigor left, but I should be able to get decently close. And then I'm just going to do gun shoes the rest of the way. And we'll save our vigor for something else. I need to remember to pick up another Radinax. Keep forgetting that. While I do this, I can just get rid of some of these quests. So Disgruntled Initiate, toss that. Toss that. Shit. Toss that. Okay. And there's going to be 2 quests that we do in this little area.
Fishing? Can it not wait?
That fishing quest we don't actually want to do,
insist on examining fish for this.
but I'm going to pick up this
The least you can do is
item,
help me catch more.
unassuming flask. Then there's a teapot. Right. And then this thing.
Come, tell us a tale.
We can talk to the Taran again. And
Welcome.
I think... Can I do stuff while that RP's going? We'll find out. Somebody killed the mob! Oh no. That's actually not good. Okay, no, I wanna... I guess might as well do this, since... Yeah, the other mob is dead. And while I run there, I'm gonna try to just nuke stuff in my bags real quick. Just blast this with the vendor. Blast, 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 blast. Just random stuff, whatever I can click. Because we need to clear up space, and I don't have time to cleanly sort through it. Okay, yep, that mob is definitely dead. I really hope it doesn't have a long respawn timer. I've never actually had to wait for him before.
Well, what are you?
Okay, should be good. Alright, it's up. about to cycle over to Wand, so I'm just going to wait for the cycle to happen. Any second now. Wand, bye. Probably could have just done Touch of Death, but fuck it. Need to get the horns, and we're good. Okie doke. Now at this point we can continue along the quest. We're going to go to Camp Antonidas. And like I said, around this point, just to be safe, I'm going to take the only other skill that I would recommend getting as far as dragon riding goes.
I'm getting a bit concerned. We haven't heard back from the patrol up at Ronin's Shield. Ah, it's good to see you.
This. And where is it? Dragon riding. At some point, you would get dynamic stretching. That's the only thing you actually really need. Outside of that, not worth. To pick this up. Alright, grab this. Oh, you're kidding me. That's a little bit troll. And I think there should be like one more tome around here. Two more tomes. Yep. So collection of tomes. And we're good to go. Turn this in. Turn this in. And then this quest. Alright, so this quest is... You have to, like, aim for their heads. Because one thing I've noticed is if you aim at their bodies, for whatever reason, their hitbox is weird. And, yeah, I've had people tell me that, oh, no, you just need to lead the shot. But you'll notice that sometimes, even if they are heading towards me, like, head-on, and the shot goes directly into them, if it doesn't hit close to their head, they just won't be hit. But their head turned into it, yeah. It is purely a case of... I think Khadgar does something here. But yeah, it's purely a case of their hitbox is shifted forward too much. I don't know exactly where it is, but it's really, really wonky. But honestly, if you just keep in mind, aim for the head, and whenever it gets near their head, it just insta-kills them, you'll get it every single time. It makes it so much easier.
As your old stone is proving difficult to reclaim.
I need to fend off the primalists to the east.
No.
It may fall on you to aid Caledor's adventure.
How are you, traveler?
I'm not going to forget this time. Postmaster sending me bonus shit. I don't need that, Postmaster. Grab 2 extra quests. There's 3. Forget which one is which.
Your needs can be met here.
Tending the Forge, definitely not that one.
How are you?
Path to Nowhere. Might do that one. Frigilus, this is the one that I wanted. Alright. Going to get this guy real quick. Somebody else is doing it as well. So this will end up being slightly faster. Just thanks to their help. Just gonna Todd that, and of course not kill it, because the health was skilled. Forgot to account for that. Alright, now, one thing that's a bit interesting is sometimes you'll see Hemet Nessingwary in this area. Hemet basically has a series of quests that are just spread across the entirety of the zone. He's in a wagon in Azur Span, and he'll just randomly patrol around Azur Span, and sometimes he'll be in this town, sometimes he'll be in others, and he gives different quests depending on where you find him. But I found that unless you see him arrive, it's almost never worth it to do his quest. Because a lot of times, you'll pick up his quest, you'll go do it, and then by the time you get back, he's halfway across the zone. And at that point, you lose the ability to hand in the quest unless you happen to find him again. Which, I've had times where I finish the entire zone of Azur Span, and I never find him again. So, you know, do it at your own risk, I guess. Khadgar said you could help me, blah, 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 blah.
This is the in case Khadgar isn't available, bring this package. We've got one more left. Here it is. Come back if you need anything else.
Meet Calicos at the base of the archives. Okay. Yeah, and it doesn't look like Hemet is anywhere in sight. It's unfortunate because the reason I mention him instead of just saying, yeah, if Hemet's here, just don't bother with his quest, is because his quests are actually quite good. They're basically like bonus wanted quests, where it's just go here, kill a single mob, and go back to Hemet to turn it in. But once again, while it is possible to do it before Hemet leaves, a lot of times it's just purely up to chance. So if he's already chilling in Ronin's Shield by the time you get there, just don't do his quest, because he's probably going to leave. But if he arrives, well, at that point he'll sit there for, I think it's like 5 minutes or so. So you'll have a fairly good idea on whether or not you'll have time to do it. I have to do this thing. Lay Scepter, and then go and repair some stuff. Oh, this Demon Hunter is pulling a lot of shit. Their name is Lol War Mode. Alright. I'm gonna try to pull a decent amount of mobs here. So there's 2 of these big elementals. And for getting those 40 Arcana, this is generally one of the better ways that I've found to do it. This pull like this. Okay, I was in that hitbox. Fucking lovely. I guess, yeah, the thing is a little bit unclear. Should still be fine, as long as I don't get booped off again. But yeah, you can see here, it's like in the ground somewhere. And now I've gotten a Hornswoggle. Aw, it's all going to shit. Fuck you. Get wanted. I don't want to deal with it. I'm not even gonna fucking worry about that. Goblin Glider. Let's just get to the other point as quickly as possible. Unfortunate. Didn't manage to tag them in time. Should be fine, because I have this one little destabilized elemental. Killing this will definitely give me at least one, which is all I actually need. So, do that. Turn it in to Calicos.
I stand with you. This world is full of wonder.
I need to search through the bag again. Wait, it requires you to be closer to the arcane field to actually search the bag. Alright. And then top the archives. So I go up here, I kill all the worms. I think I'm remembering it correctly. Kill all the worms, then go down to the bottom. There is a rare mob that I can probably get down there. Never realized that before, but might be worth it. I think before I do that, let me go ahead and pop this sucker on. So by the time I get to the rare mob, I have access to it. Demon Hunter's all gung-ho. I don't know why he's stopping here. You get more than enough just by using Crackling Jade Lightning. Maybe he was expecting me to do that. So it was all part of his master plan. If so, bravo, Demon Hunter, because he got us enough that we need to finish this. Yeah, let's just touch to death that. Why not?
How can I help? Well met, friend.
And then I just forget to actually pick up the quest, dude. I'm not doing great right now. I saw him pulling all the mobs, and I was like, oh, yeah, I need to kill those. And it completely did not occur to me that I did not even have the quest picked up. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes that just fucking happens. Is what it is. I've already blown all of my major cooldowns, so this is going to take me a little bit of time. So that's actually kind of bad. That's like a 1 minute time loss, which It's not a ton, but it's significant enough that I am not thrilled about it. Whatever. At the very least, I can just go ahead and
Malagos,
activate all these things.
you returned.
This. Just gonna use one of my vigor. Might as well.
It's calling for Malagos, the previous blue dragon aspect.
Calicos.
Don't be alarmed, but my mirror images should vanish in a moment.
Is awaiting.
Specifically, if we're going straight down, I guess in this case we can use a vigor on the forward momentum thing, because at that point there's no reason to get upward momentum just to immediately go into pure downward momentum. It's only when you're going like across long distances. Alright, speak to the flight master. So here we're going to head in here.
Two of you.
Nope. Ah, god damn it.
Still live. They should know the location of the major ley lines.
Not the hole I wanted to go into, where it's just don't listen to me. For some reason, I thought the Hearthstone guy was up there. I went into the... I'm not gonna talk. I'm not gonna finish that sentence. I am just a fucking mess at this point. Alright, let's fucking kill this rare. Just get me the fuck out of here. Where is it? Failed creation? Forgotten creation? Whatever. This guy. Touch of Death didn't work again. Why do I keep doing this? I see Touch of Death flash, and my monkey brain is like, ook, ook, me press Touch of Death, me kill mob, and then I forget that I need to check the health value. Alright. Return to Camp Antonidas. This one, I'm just gonna do dragon riding. It's gonna be faster than the flight path. Wait, I set my Hearthstone, right? Yes. Alright. Okay, head to Camp Antonidas. Should be right around here. We're going to be a little bit short on dragon riding vigor, but we should be fine.
The Kirin Tor welcome. Be careful. The Tuskar will talk.
Coronet consulted? Where's Coronet? No, those are the apprentices. Coronet's the guy down here. So he is this big Tuskar dude. Do you know of any ley lines?
Lake lines? You mean rivers?
Go to...
What nonsense are you on about?
Where's Jorkupanit? Jorkupanit? Oh, there's... Yeah, Jorkupanit.
Where have
Jor...
you come from?
Joko... Jokumapat. Yeah, I butchered that. Jokumapat. Let's go with that. That's its name now. Jokumapat. Alright. Brenna found... Yeah, Brenna's over there. So, yeah, we had time to regain a decent amount of our dragon riding vigor. Like, as long as I coast just above the ground, especially because we're about to hit a point where it dips down. So, we can go like this. And Brenna's going to be right here. Perfect.
Hang in there, Hanu. You're no good to Noruk dead.
And
There's no time to
while she
Our
does that,
caravan was ambushed by gnolls. They took half my people, and many left are seriously wounded. We can talk once my brothers and sisters are safe.
alright, should be good.
No more waiting.
I'm gonna do a big purge of my inventory space. I need to wait. There's one more quest that pops up.
Any help you can offer us.
Come on. There we go.
Until next
2 more quests. Oh, shit. I gotta do a purge now. Alright. Purge of... Let's get a few. Darken clouds. If there's a wool, there's a way. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. And we're good. Take these. And then there's a little RP section in, like...
so cunning and
I don't know, like 1 minute or 2 minutes. Fuck, dude. Oh, this asshole demon hunter. See, so remember the entire thing I said about staying ahead of the pack? Obviously, in this case, it has nothing to do with staying ahead of the pack, right? Because, you know, it's just, he happened to be already leveling through this section. But the reality is, if you end up falling behind, this is what you're going to have to deal with a lot of the time. Something like that, where somebody just has already killed the quest mob you need. And you're just like, ah, shit. So, Thieving Gnolls, just going to... I guess this is a rare mob encounter? I don't remember this one. Ah, it's this rare mob. He's the actual rare mob. So I should have saved my cooldowns for this guy, but, you know, hindsight's 20/20. I have Touch of Death, though, so as long as I don't fuck it up, and now, goodbye. Alright. Back down here. Okay, as soon as I finish killing this dude, I'm going to swap my trinkets. Can't forget to do that. Go. Trap sprung. We can get our last 2 traps here. Stealth guys are really annoying. Because sometimes you'll just have one pop out at you. And then you can't get mounted up again. I'm gonna do this guy first. Nice! Got here just in time. And then to get one more funerary offering, and I need to kill the guy in this cave, who it looks like the Demon Hunter just already killed. Oh boy. This is actually going to make things really difficult. If the Demon Hunter is just continually one step ahead of me, I need to find a way to pass this guy. Good.
See you soon. So long.
So he's on the RP section here. So during this RP, yeah, Onaran Plains. This is where we can get rid of a lot of stuff. So just abandon these quests.
Tell me everything.
And alright.
Watch yourself. I'm glad I will go with you. No, Hanu. I will not lose you to
I hit level 67 just by walking into the room. Okay, it looks like the Demon Hunter fell behind somewhat. I guess he must... Maybe he's clearing his quest log or emptying his bags or something like that. I won't complain, though. 2 talent points that I'm missing. Let's go with Attenuation and... do I even... I guess we'll do Chi Wave. Do I even have a Chi CD available, or a spot available for Chi Wave? I guess I have 1 Keybind. I mean, I don't really think I want Chi Wave per se. I'm specifically going for Chi Wave because I want to get the upgrade to Expel Harm, which is going to be a slight survivability increase compared to some of the other stuff. Because while leveling up, Stagger isn't really going to be hugely important. Raw damage reduction isn't going to be massively important. A lot of the actual hits you're taking are very weak. So you don't want to do, like, high damage mitigation while leveling. If you want to focus on survivability, healing is almost always going to be your best option. There's some, I would say, like, differences to that. Like, if there's an ability that reduces the damage you take from multiple hits, I can't really think of an ability example for something that does that, but, for instance, a Shard of Anhild's Aegis would be a god-tier, like, defensive leveling trinket, which is kind of an oxymoron because leveling trinkets are inherently offensive. But if you absolutely needed to do, like, a ridiculous pull that would be pretty much impossible otherwise, you would pretty much always take Shard of Anhil's Aegis. Just because being able to effectively negate all damage for its entire duration, because it'll just reduce the damage of all incoming attacks by a certain amount, that's, like, absolutely god tier when it comes to stuff like this. But as far as I know, none of my actual abilities have an effect like that. So my best bet as a Brewmaster Monk is to just play into my self-healing potential. Through stuff like Expel Harm, through stuff like, what's it called? Celestial Brew, of course. That's another, technically, form of self-healing. Absorbs, obviously, are a form of healing. You'll notice our time to kill is also getting slightly longer here. So, not awesome. I'm gonna go down into this little cubby. I want to make sure I deal with this mob before the Demon Hunter gets a chance to. Wand is up. Oh my god, he has a lot of health. That wand barely put a dent in him. Okay, can touch a death him though. It's all my cooldowns, but it should be fine. So I can just go ahead and free this guy. And I think that is all of these quests. Alright. And now I'm going to get to the little lip over there, and I'm just going to do a Goblin Glider, just to save a teensy bit of time, just on our way out to the exit, like so.
Your tale will be remembered. I got this. Next time, let's be off. We will do what we can to aid you.
Okay, we're gonna head all the way down here.
Your help is great. Tell my friend what you... I hate how
Can you tell me what happens?
We came with
Alright, grab this little side quest here.
both of you.
That's just a little breadcrumb, so it's basically free experience. Going to
friends' lives. I'll be dead
inspect the corpse further.
like the others.
Over here, inspect the corpse further. And can go ahead and turn this in.
Until next
Now, I am out of dragon riding vigor, so I think this is a situation where I'm just going to pop a Radinax control gem and just zip down there. Slightly slower, but not a big deal. I should also note, probably didn't talk about it before, but there's a few different little items that I'm missing for the purposes of this run. One of the big ones that definitely would save time is Darkmoon Racing Flag. I'll make a video covering all of this later on down the track, I think probably next week, whenever I have time in my schedule. But basically, there's a lot of different little things you can use to speed up your time in Dragonflight leveling, and the Darkmoon Racing Flag affects dragon riding, so I've been told. I haven't really had a chance to test it, purely because, well, it's, whatchamacallit, it's only available during the Darkmoon Fair, and I didn't really think to try it until somebody brought it up, like, a week or so ago, and at that point, I wasn't able to get it on my Monk, which is what I'm going to be doing most of my testing runs on. But as we get closer to Dragonflight's release, at that point, I'll have it. And it's basically just a flat 30% mounted speed, including dragon riding, pretty much the entire time. And especially early on, like while moving through Orgrimmar and stuff, that shaves off a lot of time. While you're still on your ground mount, really, really helpful. And then just for stuff like, earlier situations where I'm just running around the town on my dragon, and not actually doing little bunny hops, saves a bit of time. I mean, you move 30% faster, so effectively, you save 30% of the time just moving around. It's not exactly like that. That's like bad math, but you get, generally speaking, what I'm saying. Fortunately, it looks like... Do we have an overlap between world quests and... I'm not sure if the world quest overlaps with this thing again. It might. If so, it's not a big deal, but would suck if that happened every single time I try to do one of these testing runs.
Hang in there.
Should I? Yeah, I could do a big pull here.
Lingers in this place. We must do what we can to stop its spread.
I might actually. There might be overlap. I forget exactly if this is the world quest I'm thinking of. But it looks like there is overlap on the exact same one that happened during my last testing run. Which, yeah, is what it is. I can't disable world quests on a new character. So we just have to accept the fact that I'm going to gain a teensy bit of bonus experience, however much this world quest gives. Because I believe that that is unavoidable. As far as I'm aware, at least. Okay, let's do Bone Dust Brew. Yeah, I don't even have a GCD free for Chi Wave. There's just no way I can press this. I'm still going to take it just because I think it's more useful than one of the other talents. At least in terms of getting me to the Expel Harm critical healing.
I'm so sorry to see Tuskar have been captured and have been no
So we're going to
Don't they see? Thank you for
throw
your
this
kindness.
totem here.
Decay is part of the natural cycle. We all hang in there.
This totem here. And big pull. What the hell? I don't know if that picked up on the mic, but something very loud just crashed down. I missed the spirit because I used the world quest item.
When the gnolls ambushed us. Take the strength of my spirit to
Okay, in that case, I should be able to do this because I don't need to actually use the world quest item. It's a different thing. So it's a slightly different world quest than the one I had on my last testing run. Let's do a big pull.
On your left.
Okay, we got Axe Buff. I will take that. I don't even think I need to swap a trinket because I'm pretty sure that by the time I actually get to another mob where I need to have a lot of stuff. Yeah, because we're almost done with this. And the next few quests are like on-rails vehicle quests, so I won't actually need a trinket for it. So I could do maybe one pull around Mecha Cycle, but that's really not that important.
Avenge us.
So I'm just going to keep this trinket on.
Hang in there.
At that point, it's just raw item level. Oh, shit. Let's go ahead, toss the totem down there. What's that? I guess just a fruit. And there's one more corpse, so I need to get 3 rotting treants. There's 1 rotting treant. There's another in the cave.
Got your back.
And we should be good. Alright, grab Nod Lay Crystal. And Rotting Treant. Right over here.
Hang in there.
I need 1 more Rotting Treant, right? Oh no, it's just for the world quest. So what I need for the quest itself is Lay Crystals. Which I can grab by doing this, and we're good. So zip over this way.
You must be new around here. Keep safe.
And then little RP vehicle section.
Items. I won't have much control over this, but surely something useful will come out.
I think I can sneak in a few consumable refreshes. Well, I almost said Khadgar.
Losing connection.
While Calicos is doing his little RP. And there we go.
I think this will do.
Oh my!
Let's
So
do this.
hop onto the book.
Hop on the book.
And then
Norganon's beard. This thing has a temper. Hold on.
we're just going to button mash.
First, take down those sharks.
Button mash.
Build a barrier around the ancient.
The ancient is vulnerable. Quickly, throw everything we have
What?
at it.
Oh, okay, I wasn't close enough. There we go.
My friends, my family, help us protect our home.
Excellent.
Alright.
Now to the cave before more come.
Thank you, my friends. Rest now. Karkut awaits.
Calicos. Interact with this crystal. And then we have to, yeah, run around, break the little rock piles.
So he is flesh and blood after all. We were beginning to suspect you were also some spirit.
Alright, and then Calicos
Thank you.
goes a little bit outside, so I have to go and meet him there.
Barrier around this lady.
Now, did I finish the bonus objective? This is something I want to check.
Let's leave this place before more of those gnolls
I did
discover
not,
us.
so I actually want to finish this. Oh no, it's just the world quest. I got baited by the stupid world quest thing. Okay, so I think I did get credit for the bonus objective. Yeah, it's not on my map. It is literally just the world quest here. It would be here if I hadn't done it. We're good, we're good. We're down here. I'm just going to ignore that next rare. Don't really need that.
There's magic in everything.
And now we head to Ascara.
Hawkeyes now.
So this is where we might see Hemet Nessingwary.
Brenna.
He patrols over to this location too. I do not see him though.
I'm sorry for the delay.
Oh, yes, and I learned much. You see,
Thank you for taking this time, Brenna.
It is an honor.
Okay, we're gonna do a lot of side quests here.
Look at these maps.
Wanted.
Could you please ensure our guest gets a bowl of soup?
Oh, that's all right. Thank you.
This one.
Nonsense.
Then there's a quest down here.
Yes. It's been a while. Please, let me
Funerary
just-
offerings.
What?
I'll put something aside for you next time.
Okay. Just need to tell a random story, click random things, and quest completion.
Looks like you could all use some resources.
Pretty sure that's it.
There's a
What?
saying for this.
I didn't actually collect the funerary offering. Okay. Weird.
Spirit returns to us restless. We will carve a stone statue for it to rest.
Now there's the orientation for Iskara Tuskar. You're known for trading Audax. Then I have to... Oh yeah, orientation, talk to you. Then the next orientation is down here, talk to the cooking person. No, this is the funerary offerings. Go down here. Did I see Hemet? I feel like I saw Hemet out of the corner of my eye.
Chieftain Polonius,
But I can't say for sure.
For my son, Nomurok. My son fell in Brackenhide, so it seems
Recipes.
Nomurok should return
Got
to
that.
sea.
The last offering is over there. Where is the main story quest? The main story quest is the funerary offerings. Where? What quest am I missing? Okay, I don't know. I feel like I saw Hemet. No, Hemet. This is... Right. This is what I'm thinking of. Hemet is like right around that same quest objective. So it's really efficient if he happens to be up. Alas, he is not. We're going to talk to this guy. Tell Rally, blah, 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 blah.
Like Glades leader? Next time, bring fish, please.
Then we're going to head in here. It's probably going to dismount me pretty quickly. But before it registers that I'm inside a building, technically, or a cave, try to explain, blah, 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 click, click. I think there's a way to automate stuff like this, which I normally don't do, but then there's just long dialogue things like this, which are just very, very, very annoying. Toe Jam the Terrible, I think I turn in over there. Right. Alright. Drake. And hand this in right at this spot. Now, where's the guy that I need to talk to for this? There's something lit up right over there. It's like the equipment trainer.
Perhaps you have a use for these things.
What, do I have to ask him to browse his goods? This guy, I hear you sell backpacks. One of these, it's telling me I need to talk to him, but it's not actually showing the little quest completion thing. It's the stupid equipment supplier. And I do not know why.
Poloniac was a great fighter. He once took a blow from a charging
So I must be blind or something.
killed a lesser man.
Thank you, traveler.
So it's literally saying equipment supplier right in this general area. You can see right there. And it is not working. So I'm not sure if I'm forgetting something. I must have done these quests in a different order, and one of them was able to be talked to.
We were hoping you would join us, friends. A chieftain's return to the sea is a celebration for all.
Must accepted community feasts. I don't know what that is.
Mind me asking.
Let me
Pass.
spend this little RP section getting rid of all this stuff in my bags just so I have some free space. Normally, I would basically keep a portable mailbox stocked or spend some time to mail this over to a different character, because obviously day one, you don't want to get rid of all these really valuable crafting materials, but, well, this is just a beta run, so I do not care about any of this. I'm going to learn this mount, learn this toy, and do all these customization things. This item cannot be destroyed. Great. I won't even bother with it then. And to wait for a second, and then it's going to ask me to push this out to sea. Or speak to Brenna. No. I second-guessed myself. I had it right the first time. Alright, talk to Caligos. He's gonna return to the Azure Archives, but we're not returning just yet because there's a few more side quests that I want to do. So I'm gonna do this wanted quest out in the ocean. There's a big shark somewhere around here. There we go. Okay, we almost have wand buff up. I had one time on beta, my wand buff nearly one-shot this guy. Just got like a massive crit. I was hoping that would happen again, but alas, it did not. I don't think Bone Death Brew hit. Fighting underwater is so janky in this game. What the hell? Oh, that's the transportation turtle. Ah. Right. Forgot they had those. Yeah, I should be good. A touch of death. That's credit for that. Then I'm going to go ahead and do these quests over here. Overshot it.
Whoa, what are you?
It's a little bit of RP. I think... Yeah, I'm still missing Orientation Iskara. I need to do this because it's part of the campaign, and for some reason I could not find the NPC. It wasn't working. We have to go back to hand in this quest anyway, after we do the next part of the chain, which is out here. So can we keep it? I believe it goes back there, but... Go ahead. No canoes. Then I'm gonna grab this quest. Just go down to the beach, you grab a large stone. So ideally, this should get us... I don't know exactly how far. But this is basically, we're in the range where normally, you know, if you wanted to just hit 70, which, once again, would not recommend, you can just start going around doing side quests. Roughly at this point, you would probably still go ahead and turn in that final quest, because there's a few more follow-ups. But when you get to the end of Azure Span, admittedly, it slows down a little bit on the campaign. Like, in terms of actual efficiency, it's not great, and the side quests just become faster in terms of raw XP for time spent. But already said that before, that is not what you want to do. It's not an efficient use of your time on day one. Now, and one of the other issues, right, is the problem that I have with a route like that is you might argue, well, for alt leveling, wouldn't you want to just go ahead and do all the side quests? And you're probably going to do a bunch of them, but you can't look at it in a vacuum of like, oh, we're going to simulate day one leveling, but we're only going to focus on getting level 70. If you're doing alt leveling, for instance, you don't even need that falling flame trick. So there's a lot of stuff that you don't even need to do on an alt, because you get access to like dragon riding from the first moment, so the routing becomes completely different. Part of the campaign will probably still be efficient, sure, but everything that I've been saying so far about, you know, this side quest is efficient, this side quest is not efficient, blah, 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 that goes out the window when talking about alts. And another thing you have to keep in mind, in terms of efficient alt leveling, whenever I structure my guides, it's operating under the assumption that your alt is a fresh character coming out of, I was about to say Shadowlands, but in this case, like, it'll be Chromie time, right? Because the reality for most people is they're not getting a fully mythic geared character up to 70 every single time. Now, in my case, I'll be doing that for like 6 different characters or so, but then for every alt after that, it will be a basically fresh new character just coming out of Chromie time. And I would imagine for 90% of people, that's going to be their alt leveling experience. They maybe have 1 or 2 characters that they've actually gotten geared up through raids and stuff like that. And in that case, yeah, you'll be able to follow this route really efficiently. This will, once again, always be the most efficient day one. But as far as... I'm going to just turn this stuff in. Get focused. Alright, there's 68. Activate the geoscanner. And then, in a second, I should be able to hand this in. While this little RP happens, I'm just going to do a little bit more bag maintenance. Might as well always want to make good use of your downtime. And any second now. Also go ahead and clear out some side quests. Tending the Forge. Brackenhide Hollow. Can we keep it? Alright. Here we go. And we're not going to do the rest of the quests. At that point, it becomes, in my opinion, a little bit too inefficient. But because there's like 3 overlapping quests there, and you can just quickly knock them out, boom, 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 it's worth doing that. Zoomed really close in. Alright. Oh yeah, so now the equipment vendor. I think it was because they were part of that little quest line. That's the reason why I couldn't find them. But we've completed the orientation, so that's the community feast thing. No, it's out here. This is the guy I talked to. So that is the Iskara orientation. I'm going to do a little ramp off that rock over there. Talk to you, and at this point, we can hearth, and that'll take us back to the Azure Archives. Right over there. Should be able to just pop that quest. Actually, you know what? No, I take it back. I want to do this side quest hub. Because I think if I do that side quest hub, and I do maybe a few more side quests along the way, yeah, you know what? Change my mind. Because I actually really like this hub. I think it's fast. So I think if you do Falling Water, and then maybe you skip some stuff in Thaldraszus, because since a lot of stuff in Thaldraszus is just really slow, you're pretty much just going to be following exactly down the, what's it called? Exactly down the quest line for, like, the Thaldraszus MSQ. So you really don't need to worry... Oh, this isn't Hemet. I saw a dwarf sitting on a wagon, and I was like, ah, it's Hemet. and I got baited. It's not actually Hemet. It's like store brand Hemet. No. Yes, okay. I made it up. Gonna pop gun shoes here so I can pick up all these quests. Okay, thought I'd be able to do that. Why is my auto-accept quests not working? Sometimes Leatrix Plus just doesn't work. It's rare, but I don't know why. I don't think it's an issue with the add-on. I think it's just something with Blizzard. Okay, there we go. And then ground mounts are not allowed here. Come on. You go all the way out. Sky Vixen Shokari is out this way. So I'm going to do that first. Probably don't need to use another Vigor. We're already sitting pretty here. Alright. I'm going to wait for wands. Not going to pop my axe buff just now. Yep, goodbye. And... Alright. Now... pop that sucker in. Crap. Hit the wrong button. Okay, I'm going to do a big pull in this little area. So, grab you, grab you. It is worth noting, though, because you might look at the time now and be like, wow, you know, already 3 hours and still not in the final zone. But note that we are level 68, right? And the Thaldraszus questline is surprisingly fast. So, really, it all boils down to just getting level 69 and then getting to Thaldraszus. And generally speaking, that's going to be enough, assuming you're in war mode. Obviously, if you're planning to not turn on war mode, keep in mind that you'll have to get 10% additional experience elsewhere. But obviously, for the purposes of speed leveling, you should always have war mode on. It's just one of those things where, you know, it's all about if you're not going to be going insanely fast, then obviously turn it off, right? Okay, we can just do that. Just delete this guy from existence. And great. Talk to Luck. No, did we just get credit? I think we have to wait until he gets out of the cave. And Luck found. Right. Now, I need to kill one more moose. He's gonna touch a death you. Moose flank. Alright. And there's a few additional side quests in this little area that I want to do. So we need to gather fruits and berries, and we need to kill bears. Did it not loot? Oh. Where? It stopped there. Okay, I don't know why my tracking randomly disabled. I think it failed to loot because it said, like, it gave me like a little pop-up before that window closed. Oh well. Got 2 bears over here, so I'm just going to drop a statue. Misplace that slightly. I should probably get just like a target at player macro for I almost called it white ox statue, white tiger statue. Probably a good idea to do that. Okay, only got, I guess, the matriarch. The matriarch gives pelts. Alright, we're going to grab this. There's a few over here. I feel like this quest is still efficient. It doesn't really take too long to do. Especially because I think I've lost some of the berries just by going a tad bit too fast. Which, you know, is just kind of my fault. Grab this. Grab this. And let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nice. Got them all nice and rounded up. Gonna drop exploding keg on them. Another breath of fire.
Relax. Spirits be with you.
Alright, sorry about that. Had to talk in a bit. So I was muted for a little bit there. That's just the reality of it. Maybe I'll go back and edit and add some, voiceover special stuff. I have no idea what I'll do. The reality is sometimes scheduling can be a bit rough. But let's see. Artifact collected. Right, and then the one for the water is over here. But that was, I think, only a few minutes, so not the worst. But I hate having to mute my microphone in the middle of speedruns. Obviously, there are times when I need to focus, but I don't like there being completely dead air, right? But especially stuff like that, it's stressful. It's a bit difficult having to set aside, what is it, like 4 hours to do one of these? But that's how it goes. Alright, let's... grab this. What the hell? Actually, never seen that before. I guess I've always just been fast before it spawns? Something. Either way, can go and grab the artifact down here. Oh, overshot it. There we go. Grab this. And...
Good day to you.
Yes.
Do I do this quest? Yeah, I think this one is just, yeah, kill one mob and then return, so you might as well. And I think I can probably just do Dreadfire Vessel on it, and it should be good. Yeah, that's half the health gone. One thing I'm debating on is I don't know if I should use these bracers. The wrist wraps of... Oh my god, my camera got fucked up there. Wrist wraps of electrostatic potential. So these things are interesting. I know a lot of people may just think they're not good, but they're actually surprisingly strong for tanks. So I guess if it's leather, right? So in that case, only demon hunters... Yeah, I think I just select random shit here. And then... I don't think it takes long for this to happen, so I think because I can just do random shit... Wait. Anyways, yeah, wrists of electrostatic potential. This is going to be a net damage gain when it comes to... Fuck this quest. When it comes to tanks, because basically they're balanced around DPS. Well, anything like this is going to be balanced around DPS. I'm actually just going to use my Hearthstone. So, because you're competing with how much damage secondary stats will give to a DPS versus how much they'll give to a tank, right? Oh, now it finally worked. Doesn't matter. But the problem is, for DPS, in many cases, at higher item levels, you'll get more out of just raw stats compared to something like that. But for tanks on like single target or even low target scenarios, the way that this is tuned ends up making it really good for them. But the reality is, because there's so few like sustained single target scenarios, I feel like in the long run, it's just not going to be worth it for me to run this thing. We'll see though. I think that what's the word I'm looking for? I think that, yeah, over the course of an entire speedrun, it probably won't be worth it to maintain this. And also, not to mention, it's just something else to keep track of. The only reason I'm running it is because it is, technically speaking, the best pair of bracers that I have at the moment. And also, notably, as far as speed gems go, I have one of... I can't find the item. But one of my items has the gem in it where it's like for every Shadowlands gem you have socketed, you get like an increase to your speed. And specifically for things like that, it's better to just have additional gem slots. I feel like I'm going so slow. Where's my momentum? And maybe it's just because like the scenery's so big and it just doesn't feel like I'm going fast. But for some reason, this feels like really slow. Yeah. Alright, we can get over to Ronin Shields. I might get the last bit of distance with a cracked Radnax control gem, just because to a certain extent I think that might be faster, depending on how much this momentum will carry over. We might actually just be able to make it there. No, we're just going to use a Radnax gem. For this last little stretch, it's not much. And I think we have one more in the mailbox. Exactly one more cracked Radnax gem. See, what's funny is I almost didn't mail this one. And then I remember thinking to myself, let's just... Because I thought I would have enough with just the exact one that I used. But I was like, you know, since I think that's enough, let's just get an extra Radnax gem just to be safe. In case I fuck up. And what do you know? I ended up needing it. I used exactly, presumably, as much as I prepared for. Which is good. Okay, we're going to... I'll do Riders in the Snow, just because I think that'll be enough to get me to... Yeah, this section of the zone is just so fucking massive. This should be enough to get me to 69 at least. And then I'll just continue along with the campaign. So do this. Removing piles of wood collected around here. So there's like a bonus objective, a rare mob, a decent side quest chain all in one area. This one's pretty good. This is the only one where I will be fully honest. I have not optimized this last section as much. I've kind of, for like Azure Span, been testing a bunch of different side quest hubs, just because I'm not entirely sure which ones would be efficient. So, missing Tuskar found. Okay, so this is where we get the rest of the quests. Alright, we want to get the shamans, or shaman, or whatever you want to call them. I don't know. Do my... Mass Ice Barrier seems bad. Don't want to let that go off. Let me swap to Cache of Acquired Treasures at this point. And yeah, because I think it's just the 3 shamans from the... Yeah, 3 totems from the different shamans around the camp. Then there's 1 named quest mob that I'll have to kill. So I think Touch of Death should be back up in time for that. And yeah, it's down there. Oh no, it's Snoll the Icebreaker is for the bonus objective. So I'll just do him last so that I have Touch of Death for him. And let's just wand you. And since I just used that, swap back to Dreadfire Vessel. We'll have it up. What the hell? Alright, that's weird. But yeah, let's just head down to Snoll the Icebreaker. I thought I would have to hand in the quest before doing him, but since he's part of the bonus objective, it looks like I won't. And I'm also going to just grab these guys, because I think they're melee mobs, so I should just be able to round them up. Okay, any second now. Whew. Red Fire Vessel finally kicked in. And bonus objective is done. It says there's a treasure right here. Oh no, it's one of the Scouts packs. I don't think the Scouts packs give XP. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I'm pretty sure they don't. Totems placed. This. Old Grimtusk right out here. Find and speak with Old Grimtusk at the Frozen Lake. Oh, shit. There's a... Oh, it's fucking Rowie again. Trying to get me to do the community feasts. Didn't I just get that quest? Could have sworn.
Great fish gather in droves.
Yeah, this is a world quest.
Meet for us and bring back stories of your
That's all world quest stuff. So now we continue on with the campaign. Few different ways you could go, but I'm going to go ahead and say that just completing the campaign should get us up to level 69, and at that point we can just head straight into Thaldraszus, and we should be set. So, dismount here, to go here, and then just Control R, and head up this way. That side quest chain might be efficient. I'm not going to risk it. At this point, just campaign, and then if I need any extra, I think we'll be fine just grabbing the extra bit in Thaldraszus. I think that's probably the best way to do this for now. Alright. Grab this guy. Is somebody fighting it? Or is this just like an NPC? Just an NPC fighting the mob. Alright. There we go. Okay. Want to make sure I carry enough momentum to get into this section. Should be fine. I'm just going to pick up this quest so you fuck off. Oh, it's a different quest. It's called Fishing Holes. Alright. This. Yeah, so this little subzone, honestly, all subzones from this point onward is when it gets really, really difficult. Stuff starts just hitting really fucking hard. You'll see I'm at like half HP. Didn't use any of my mitigation, right? But still, the fact that it's now just trucking me, and these aren't even elites, these are just regular mobs. Partially just because I genuinely think that this is a little bit overtuned, just like a tad. I think Blizzard could do to make these mobs a little bit easier, and one of the really annoying parts about them is it's because they're casters. So a lot of times, you'll be able to deal with mobs just fine if they're just physical, like attacking you, or even if it isn't just auto attacks, if they are just hitting you with like abilities that do physical damage, and specifically stuff that lets you chase them around. So one of the main issues with these guys is because they are mostly casters, they'll just sit at range, like not clumped up, just blasting you with different abilities. and that makes it really, really annoying to fight them. There we go, Dread Fire Vessel. Makes it really annoying to fight them because you can't, like, round them up and then CC them and stuff like that while they're just blasting you with damage. Just overall, it's an annoying subzone, and there's a lot of stuff in Valdrazus and, I mean, this place, where that is the case. So I'm going to dispel that shield. Bone Dust Brew. Got Kick Reflective Hide. Missed that. I'm going to try to save at least a few cooldowns like Weapons of Order for this next section, which is when it actually really gets difficult. So I've already killed 15 Primalists, done both the quests. Alright, this one.
To see you again. Keep your guard up.
And at this point,
Friend.
I'm going to swap that.
Assaults are overwhelming.
Because I think that is the right call.
The mirror images any
Take Cache of Acquired Treasures. Now I want to quickly round them up, because it's a lot of these mobs, right? Look at how much that just did to my health. It's absolutely brutal. Now something like Incendiary Breath is massive here, because I can just interrupt all their casts at once. And I want to make sure drain the energy from these. So, to do that. Go ahead and grab you two while I'm at it, because that'll give a lot of completion %. And I'm just going to... I'm just getting fucking bounced around, man. This is so annoying. Alright. Should be good. Touch of Death. I missed the wand buff. You see, one of the other issues with add-ons not working properly is I normally have a weak aura tracker here that tells me exactly when my thing's up. So it makes it so much easier for me to see, oh yeah, wand's up, I'm going to use it. Unfortunately, I've tried to get weak auras working on beta multiple times. People have said something like, go install an older version. And I'm going to be completely honest, just for one, Cache of Acquired Treasures weak aura, because that's the only thing I'm really using at the moment, for leveling at least. I'm not going to go ahead and try to look into installing older weak auras packages just for that, even though it has inconvenienced me quite a lot. So at least for live, I will be able to reliably track my cache, but at the moment, I can't, and it is so frustrating. You have no idea. Because if you don't reliably know what buff you're getting from this thing, massive pain. I think at this point, just by freeing all these other mobs, I should be able to complete the little side quest up. So go ahead. There's a little chest over there. I feel like because that's not the Scouts Adventurer pack, maybe that gives experience. We'll try that. Let's see. Simmering Chest. Does this give anything? That actually does give experience. Okay. That one's probably worth getting then. Also, haha, level 69, funny number. Woo! We did it. How many times am I going to make that joke? As many times as it comes up. I will beat that to death. Let's see, there's one guy over here. Should be good to somewhat liberally use my cooldowns, because I only need to fight one more mob, and that's in like 2 minutes. Ah. I'm also starting to think, I feel like I wasted a decent amount of time with, what's it called? I really don't think Fields of Ferocity is worth it unless you're in a group. Because, like, I was able to do that, sure. But, obviously, we lost the final quest. That was, like, probably, in total, that alone, like a 5-minute time loss, which sucks. But... It's really hard to say, because I feel like for some reason I thought it gave more experience. Like, in my head, I thought they gave 20k XP each, but when I saw it, I was like, oh, wait, it only gives... Oh, all I need to do is click that. Yeah, so I thought at 20k experience each, in that case, it would actually be probably pretty efficient. Because if a normal side quest takes about, or gives about 10k XP, give or take, and... Oh, that's so annoying. And sometimes you can just dart right through them like that, and then sometimes they're just like, nope, you were in our circle for a split second too long. See, this is why we need the whole, an illusion, what are you hiding, type stuff for mobs like that. Because at least that, in that case, it gives you a clear indicator on, oh, if I stay here for too long, I'm going to get popped out of this disguise. But if it's just instant, and sometimes you can just pass right through without the trigger happening, just, it feels bad. My wand is up. Come on, wands. No! Sword buff. Literally off by a second. Tragic. Whatever. We get axe buff. I'm totally fine with axe buff. And goodbye. Keep moving.
You made it not a moment too soon.
Hop on this. Fly up. Razageth's gonna do her little RP shenanigans. But yeah, so the main issue is every single side quest is like, give or take 10k XP. Some of the really fast ones are 5k, but generally speaking, I think all the really fast side quests we do that are 5k XP tend to be worth it. So, the Fields of Ferocity, I don't know if it got nerfed or something, because I could have sworn it gave more, but it was only 13k. And it's one of those things where, when I saw it was 13k, I'm like, well, that's shit. But then I'm like, maybe I just misremembered? Maybe it was always 13k, and I'm just confusing it? But after thinking about it more, I just do not think that was worth it. We spent a lot of time there. I think it was about, like, probably around 10, 12 minutes total for the amount of experience that I could have just gotten in maybe 5 minutes by doing in a side quest hub in Azure Span or something like that. Because we were all already well ahead of the required amount in order to reach Azure Span. Like, there's certain breakpoints you need to hit in the questline. Generally speaking, if you're doing the bare minimum and you're in war mode, you're going to be fine, and you won't need to actually really farm XP to hit the breakpoints. The only problem is, if you don't do all the side quests recommended here, then you're going to run into the issue of, well, you're just going to hit a wall, where you get to max level, it's going to say, yeah, you've technically finished the campaign, but you're not 70, so you can't do anything. So you need to have both happen at the same time. So I don't think breakpoints are an issue. So since breakpoints are an issue, effectively, we can make up that extra side quest XP in any zone we want. And there's, I think, better side quest hubs later on in Azure Span. Like, I could go do this one, either one of these two. Both of those are really good side quest hubs, and I think I could probably have done that instead of Fields of Ferocity, and I think it would have been more efficient. So hindsight's 2020. I feel like they nerfed it. Either I just was tripping balls or something on my first run, and I thought it was 20k, or they nerfed it or something, but I could have sworn Fields of Ferocity used to be really good, and now it's just kind of dog. Also, see, this is one of those cases where I'm not gonna, like, stop the timer or anything, because, you know, it is what it is. But in an actual run, we would have our Hearthstone backup. And because we need to get right over here to the Blue Dragon Oathstone. So we would have our Hearthstone, we'd be able to just Hearth right over there, and then boom, we'd be good to go. We can just head directly over to Thaldraszus afterwards. But because I don't have the guild perk and my Hearthstone's still at 10 minutes, can't do that. So instead, what I'm going to do is just pick up this and then fly down to Azure Archives, and that's... it's going to be a little bit of a time loss, but oh well. And the unfortunate thing is, if this was like 5 minutes or something, I could also set my Hearthstone at Ronin Shield and then teleport back again. But we're just going to have to Dragon Ride. That's how it goes. I'm tempted to try and use like my Dalaran Hearthstone and see if the Valdrakken portal is active. Because I think after we finish this quest, it's going to send us to Valdrakken. And it might be. It actually might be. So I figured that might be worth like a 2-minute detour. Probably. Just because if that worked, yeah, if that worked in the final route, that would actually be super clean. Because this is obviously a lot of really inefficient travel time. I don't like that there's no instant travel. Don't know why there isn't any instant travel back to the Azure Archives. But because there isn't, you have to go all the way back here, and then it's going to send you all the way pretty much exactly the way you came. So if this was early alpha, this is one of those things where I'm pretty sure I did... No, actually, I did not submit feedback for this quest, because when I initially, my first run, wasn't in alpha, but very, very early on in beta, months ago, very first run, I got up to this point, I got stuck, and I had to take a break for a while. Because that quest, the Razageth one that we just did, where you're like on the turret, it used to be a lot different, and it used to be completely broken. Like, it was just impossible to get past. So I actually never got to this quest. Otherwise, I probably would have submitted feedback. Not that Blizzard would have listened to me anyway, let's be real. But, at least then I could feel confident with the fact that I had submitted feedback. Right. Access teleporter to the seat of the aspects. Okay, so that's not a teleporter to Valdrakken, that's just when we get to Valdrakken, it would teleport us. Worst case scenario, this doesn't work, and I just take my... Or I take the Zeppelin back or something and Dragon Ride over to the Waking Shores? I don't know. But if this does work, it would be a sizable time save. Also, shit. I didn't actually think I would be going outside Dragon Riding zones, so... Let me just pop that over there. Regular flying mount. But you would think that Valdrakken would be accessible, because technically you don't need to unlock it. It is. Yes! Oh, speedrun tech. Let's go. I'm so glad I tried that. Oh, that's huge. Okay. Yeah, that works exactly like I was hoping it would. Awesome. That saves a pretty sizable chunk of time. Alright. I'm already on that quest. Oh, it just tried to accept it twice.
These are alarming tidings that you bring us.
Watch your Coronos. Oh, that's a dungeon quest. Don't need that. So we'll hand in this quest to Alexstrasza. So about the Ezra span, blah, blah, blah. Alright, Alexstrasza, come on.
Allow me to introduce you to Captain Drine. She oversees security.
Talk to you.
Root out and the scale sworn of Valdrakken. Stand ready.
Okay, and then there's something, yeah, revealing Dragon's Eye. First time I did this, I forgot to enable this. But basically, you just need to go around and hunt down little Primalist guys as you tour the city. So, Valdrakken Citizen, I see through your disguise. Just gonna touch of death you. Next time I have my wand buff up, I should quickly one-tap that. I have to listen to this conversation. I don't think that quest is efficient, but I'll pick it up.
Greetings, brother. Any news?
I should also select my talents. Yeah, this is, we pick Counter-Strike, we pick Profound Rebuttal. The moment, yeah, okay. We got credit, apply changes. Counter-Strike's gonna give us a decent amount of AoE. Okay, yeah, this doesn't give any experience, so it's not worth it. And this is probably a Primalist guy. Yep. I see through your disguise. Alright. Wand. Bye, bitch. Okay.
I doubt the Primalists come to bank vaults to discuss their
Going to
plans, but we may still overhear something
head
useful.
over there.
Act like you are inspecting one of the holding chests.
Alright, listening.
Apologies.
said it would be here.
I have not seen him.
Alright. What about this quest?
Ours is a solemn burden.
The Wayward Waywatcher. Dismounts. Touch of Death. Goodbye. Need to head down to this section. So this is for the orientation quest, which, once again, is mandatory. Yeah, this guy is a primalist, so you're gonna get... Oh, it's one of those triple guys. Okay. So I guess the third one that you get is always the triple. That's good to know. Because I thought that was only one specific area, but no. It must just be coded like that, which makes sense. That actually makes it work out pretty well. Oh my god. Okay, I just got disconnected. It might just be a Valdrakken thing. Valdrakken is... I don't know what's the issue with it, but it is easily the most poorly optimized main city I've ever seen. I literally cannot walk through this main city at any time of the day without getting massive frame stutters. So you'll see frame stutters, and that's not my computer. Like, I mean, my computer isn't amazing, don't get me wrong, you know, it definitely has its issues, but it is definitely not that bad. It is just, track that.
I do not know the details, but he is close to finding it.
Okay.
Soon he will have the
And then I think there's...
in their place.
we don't really need any side quests. I'm pretty sure we have 70 in the bag at this point. Orientation quests, and... Yeah, as I was saying, it's just so poorly optimized. It's just a fucking mess. Which is a shame, right? I think that's probably... I'd say probably, hopefully, something that is just a beta issue. No, I want to say it is. But let's be real, there's a very good chance that this is just going to be how it is on live servers. I think one of the biggest issues, I've heard some people saying this, is if you look at the skies, look at all these fucking dragons. Like, I guess aesthetically it's kind of neat, but I've seen some... I don't know if it's theories or people who actually know that that's the reason why, but I've heard a lot of people saying that that's probably the reason why Valdrakken is just a laggy shitfest, because of the millions of dragons flying around the sky. And I think at a certain point, you know, it's all well and good to want to have, like, really cool visuals, but when your really cool visuals come at the cost of just massive performance problems, you really need to rethink that. Because this has been consistently an issue that myself and everybody have had within Valdrakken. I mean, not to mention that there's just a lot of optimization issues with the pre-patch and everything. And this isn't me just being, like, a doomer or whatever. I'm overall actually quite happy with the pre-patch in terms of the talent trees and stuff. I think that's fun. I've been enjoying it so far. But I've seen some people, you know, say, oh, well, you know, cut Blizzard some slack. You know, it's still testing. And it's like, I think that especially if you're willing to defend Blizzard on pushing the pre-patch to the live servers with as many issues as it is, you probably need to take a step back and rethink what you're actually doing. Because as much as I love this game and I want it to do well, the reality is the only reason that we got the pre-patch in as garbage of a state as it is in terms of, like, optimization and bugs and stuff is because they're trying to save money and save time. Why? The disconnect fucked my settings again. Hold on. Interface. Not larger nameplates. Enemy units. That's what I wanted. There we go. Yeah. So, it's not a case of, like, they're still testing things. No. The pre-patch, while I am still, and I want to, once again, give that disclaimer, while I am still enjoying it, I know a lot of people who haven't been, who have actually just had kind of a miserable pre-patch experience, but I've been fine with it. I've logged on, done raid, I'm happy with the Brewmaster changes, and there aren't that many bugs that at least are game-breaking. There are some, like, weird interactions that are probably bugged. But for the most part, I've enjoyed myself, but a lot of people haven't. And especially a lot of people are really struggling to get used to, like, the new UI and a lot of the UI bugs. And luckily for me, I've kind of dealt with a lot of that shit already on the beta. So, I mean, I can understand how it is bad, but it doesn't personally affect me just because I'm like already, yeah, I expected this and I kind of got used to it or figured out a solution or something like that. There's like for performance stuttering in Ouroboros specifically, there is a string that you can put in, it's like something with your shaders or whatever that Blizzard really fucked up in the pre-patch. So there's like a post on Reddit talking about how to fix your shaders or whatever, and there's like I don't really know exactly how it works. It's, to me, it's black magic, right? I'm not like good with you know, game, what's the word? All that back end stuff. Like, at least I'm not good at understanding how all that stuff works. I've had it explained to me, and I'm like, okay, I think I get it. Just like they assign the wrong thing, and it's causing, basically, it's doing like a shit ton of calls to try and get information that it shouldn't be, and it's just slowing down your computer whenever you go into populated areas, as far as I'm aware, which I can kind of understand, but I don't know exactly why the solution works the way it does. I'm rambling. Point being, check Reddit if you're having major performance stuttering issues, and that'll fix it. But the reality is stuff like that should not have launched the way it is. We should not have gotten an inherently just broken as hell pre-patch experience. It should have been better. But Blizzard rushed it out because, as we all know, Christmas sales, right? And this is why I think people who blindly defend the game are just dumb. You're arguing against your best interests. Like, I want this game to be good more than, I would say, almost anybody. Like, or as much as anybody else. I love WoW. I want it to succeed. Like, I've played this game since I was 5 years old. I've loved it since I was 5 years old, even when it has had major issues. Like, I continued playing during Shadowlands. I suffered through all that. I still found ways to have fun, right? But I think basically just accepting dog shit and being like, yep, you know, it's whatever, we just need to be happy with what we get. It's like, no, you're a consumer, they are the provider, right? If they are not doing a good job offering you a service, tell them what they need to do better. That's literally how it works. You know, Blizzard is not some, you know, mom working 2 jobs, 9 to 5 to provide for you and put food on the table, right? They are a AAA company. They're supposed to offer you a good product, and when they don't do that, you have literally every right to bitch and moan about it. And, you know, this is, I want to say, different than people who wish for WoW to fail, who are like, this game is dog shit, I hope it dies, blah, 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 blah. No. You can be critical of something and want it to improve and still enjoy it at the same time for what it is. I mean, that was literally my entire experience with Shadowlands. I played Shadowlands, I enjoyed it for what it was, or tried to at least. I enjoyed Mythic Raiding at least, so I kind of limited myself to just doing Mythic Raiding because that was the only thing that I actually found to be fun. And the entire time, I bitched, I moaned, I complained about all the other stuff in Shadowlands that was just objectively dog shit. And what do you know? A lot of other people did as well. And now, much of it is being fixed in Dragonflight. But unfortunately, we're not there yet. They're still making a lot of really greedy decisions, and keep in mind, right, it has nothing to do with the developers. And I would say, vast majority of cases with stuff like this, do you think the developers want to be probably working overtime, busting their asses to get this stuff out? Absolutely not. They're probably even more miserable than the players are, trying to meet this impossible deadline that they've been set. So, guarantee you they're not happy about it. In fact, I can literally guarantee you because I know people who know people working at Blizzard, and they've all said, oh yeah, Blizzard employees are absolutely miserable right now. They are not happy with the current situation just as much as players are, because they're being forced to, like I just said, meet an impossible deadline. They don't like that. It's a rushed game. It is what it is. Is it still fun? Yeah. But the entire point of complaining is, if enough people complain, and honestly, if enough people threaten to quit, and a lot of people will point out to me that my opinion is kind of hollow, right? Because I'm really not going to vote with my wallet. Because like I said, I've still played this game for a while. So Blizzard doesn't really give it enough of a shit about my opinion. But there is a certain amount of, like, if there's enough social pressure, and, you know, the executives start fearing that, like, there's going to be public backlash if they continue making really dumb decisions, then maybe it will. But the reality is, I think for the time being, it isn't actually going to work at all until the Microsoft takeover is fully finalized. And hopefully, and that might be just copium, at that point, things get better. But I do think one thing that is very safe to say is absolutely nothing is going to meaningfully change until Activision is just actually kind of out of the picture at this point. Or at least the people running Activision at the immediate moment are out of the picture. Your body codics and the like. Until they're just completely fucking gone, this isn't going to change. But luckily, we're close. We're fairly close, right? So we can hope. It's all the way at the top. So do this. And then it's another one of those shoot the dragon quests. This one's a little bit different. And see, this is the weird thing. You'll notice I'm shooting at their tails. And in this case... Okay, well, bad example, because for some reason... I don't know why that guy's taking no damage. Weird. But in this case, at least the hitboxes are a bit more generous. Sometimes, as you saw, the projectiles still just pass right through it. But before, it's very finicky. That one is a completely different type of hitbox and projectile. I don't know why it's inconsistent. But... Alright, I'm ready. Let's get in there. And then Magma Talon. I just have to tag him and he comes down. Alright. There we go. Do I axe buff or do I wait for one? We wait for one buff. Goodbye. Always fun doing that. Never gets old. That's an Expedition Scouts pack. Can avoid that. Return to Valdrakken. See, this is a case where I think I could Hearthstone, but what I'm worried about is if I Hearthstone, I won't have it for the end of the campaign, which is a longer travel time, because at the end, you're going to be told to return to Valdrakken from here, and that will be within the next 30 minutes. But it probably wouldn't be within the next 15 minutes, so I think if I had the guild perk, I would be able to use my Hearth here, and then after the fact, I could just do the other stuff, and then I would have it back up for the very end. Okay, Nozdormu. This is the next part. The flow of time. I think this is... Yeah, this is the final part of the campaign. So I'm going to try to gain a little bit of speed here until it tucks. There we go. This should be solid. Yeah, there's so many dragons. Look, they're all fucking over the place in this entire zone. I feel like that's excessive, and it doesn't really add that much, let's be real. Like, it's cool, don't get me wrong. It is pretty neat. But I would take better performance over random fucking dragons in the sky any day. And I think, yeah, 4 bars... Yeah, that's all we need, 4 bars. That's more than enough from the rest of this campaign. So, our final cracked Radnax control gem. Godspeed. It has served us well. It is also slightly faster than Gunshoes, which is one of the reasons why the main advantage of Gunshoes is A, saving money. And if you know you won't be able to access a mailbox, that's the cases where you want to use Gunshoes, right? So early on in the route. But also, Gunshoes are really good specifically for interacting with mobs, because you can speed up and slow down at will by toggling walk. So that's the type of situation where, oh yeah, Gunshoes are massive. But in most cases, Cracked Radnax is actually just better if your only goal is to just get from point A to point B. Worth noting, it's identical to the other ones in terms of the speed, with the exception that the, Tuft of Yakfur and the Oddly Shaped Horn, I think are the names. They don't have that special effect that I used right at the start of the run where it, like, basically you can use it mid-air and then it cancels your fall speed. Those you still take fall damage. So Cracked Radnax Control Gem is just absolutely bonkers OP. And it's nice because you can get theoretically infinite of them. So I can tell you right now, for the purposes of day 1 running, what I'll be doing is getting at least like 20 cracked Radnax control gems, just stuffing my mailbox full of them, and then I will just literally never run out. It would be physically impossible for me to not have enough. I would have to just burn through them at a ridiculous rate. But for this, admittedly, I was like, do I really need like 20 cracked Radnax control gems? It actually does take time to set all that up, because you have to basically, for the purposes of the alpha, you have to copy over a character multiple times, because you could only hold 1 cracked Radnax control gem at any given time. So, because of that, I can only have 1 on a single character, and you can't actually utilize the mailbox. Oop, forgot to get the item. Shit. It was under the bear. I missed it. Yeah, so you can only get the 1 cracked Radnax control gem per character per time. So the way that I store them on retail, maybe this will help you out, is I mail them to my bank vault. So whenever I get a cracked Radnax control gem, I will throw down like Caddy Stamp Whistle, I will chuck it into the mail to my bank vault, which is my Druid Raccoon, and then I'm just like, alright, it's gonna sit there. And then when it comes time for me to actually mail all of the cracked Radnax control gems over, I just go onto my Druid, and one at a time, I just go through it. And it's just like, alright, take it out of the mail, ship it over to my monk. Take it out of the mail, ship it over to my monk. One by one by one. But at least in that case, it's much faster, because it's just loot all mail, and then it'll say afterwards, like, I can't carry anymore, or something like that. Or it won't, because I finally turned off error speech, because you psychos won't stop commenting about it. I actually forgot about that. I was going to mention that, but yeah, I've been using error speech for the longest time, and I genuinely do not give a shit about it. Like, it doesn't bother me at all. Like, sometimes I even instinctively will use the whole, I'm too far away, or I can't carry anymore, as like a way to quickly hear, oh shit, my inventory's full, and then like it processes for me that I need to do that. And it literally has never bothered me. It's not something I've ever even considered as being like, oh, maybe I should change this. But I've specifically gone out of my way to remove that, because I get so many YouTube comments from people that are just like, I can't carry anymore, it's too far away, I need to get closer, and just they keep spamming that in all caps. And I've seen it a lot more, especially with like the WoW Classic videos. Apparently a lot of Classic players in particular have a serious issue with error speech, or they'll just like kind of what's the word, like patronizingly try to explain to me how to disable error speech. Like, by the way, because I don't think you know this, if you go into your settings and go to dialogue options in the sound and you uncheck error speech, you won't have to deal with those annoying noises anymore. And it's like, yeah, dude, I know that. I just didn't disable it. And eventually, I think I've seen, it has to be at least 10 different comments. I will say I've deleted the ones that are just spamming it's too far away, blah, 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 because that's just annoying. Like, I get that some people might think they're funny by doing that, but when I've seen, like, that same exact comment over and over and over, it's just, it's not amusing, it's not interesting. I'm just like, yeah. I've at least kept some of the ones where I call it patronizing because it feels patronizing when people are trying to, like, I guess... Is it like mansplaining in that case? I've never actually used that term, but I've heard it before, and I'm like, oh, isn't that, like, technically speaking, like, the right use of it? I don't know. But yeah, I've had people try to explain to me how to turn off error speech, and it's like, on one hand, obviously I know, and to me it comes off as patronizing because it feels like they're just telling me, like, oh, I know you're too stupid to figure this out. But I leave those comments up because I feel like there is a chance that they have good intentions, and that deep down they actually think that I am so stupid that I don't understand how to turn off error speech. So I don't want to, like, delete their comment, and then they're like, oh, man, I was just trying to give them some helpful advice. So those I leave up. But, man, it's gotten too annoying, and I thought about it, and I'm like, do I actually care enough about error speech? Like I said, I actually find it helpful in many cases. Just my brain, like, processes slightly faster that, oh, I need to, like, get an inch closer to interact with this questing mob. And I just decided that the amount of time that it will save me, or the amount of, like, efficiency or whatever that I would gain by having that, is not worth it if it means I have to get endless YouTube comments. just spamming that shit. And I'm just like, fuck it. I do not care. I'm just going to disable this thing. So, I disabled it. I forgot how I got onto that topic. A little bit of a side rant. But yeah. I think I was talking something about cracked Radneck's control gem. I forget exactly. Oh yes, I remember exactly what I was saying. Because I said that when you're looting it out of the mailbox, you'll loot it and then it'll say, I can't carry anymore. And then you have to throw it into the mailbox. And then once it goes into the mailbox, let's see, speak to Antidormu. Once it goes into the mailbox, you can mail it and then you can loot another one and just repeat the process endlessly. So I literally use the mailbox as a storage space for those things. But you can't do that when copying characters over to the beta. Specifically because your mailbox does not carry over. At least I don't think so. 99% sure it doesn't. I feel like the last time I tried that, it didn't work, so I just didn't even bother. Is this where I need to skip the cutscene? Artifact returned. There we go. Time lost artifact. Oh yeah, this is... I know what this is. It's this quest. Where it takes you... Yep. It takes you back to the starting zone. This cutscene is actually extremely hilarious. I would say, go check my my last Brewmaster Monk speedrun if you want to see it, because I actually think it's really fucking funny and probably worth the watch. But obviously, for the point of this, I'm going to just go through it as quickly as possible. Because we're almost at the end here. I think I'm guessing about like 15 more minutes-ish. Alright, we're waiting. I'm actually going to ding 70 very soon. So I got actually a little bit too much experience. I definitely think I could have skipped that rare mob, but there's a case to be made for routing that rare mob in and just skipping some side quests earlier. I think one thing I can say for sure is Fields of Ferocity was not worth it. Even if I didn't get like another side quest to replace it, definitely just did not need it. For the amount of time, I think out of all the little side quests I did, all the little optimization, that was definitely the biggest waste of time. Specifically if you are solo. I mean, if you're in a group of 5, maybe, just because you'd be able to nuke those mobs extremely quickly. Oh, is that a BM Hunter? Oh, that is a BM Hunter. Okay. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. But start farming that now, I would say, for cracked Radneck's control gems. Because you do want to get as many as possible. And a lot of people think it's not worth it, and obviously now it doesn't work in low-leveling speedruns, but I definitely think for the purposes of, you know, leveling alts and stuff, cracked Radneck's control gems were definitely a little bit extra. They were kind of, in my opinion, the thing that made my route, or at least my original speedrun, really cool, because I think a lot of people weren't super aware of that, so being able to use those cracked Radneck's control gems to, like, zip through places extremely efficiently, I think that was really fun tech, and that's something that a lot of people thought looked neat. But obviously, if you're going to be doing just a regular alt leveling run from, like, 10 to 60, is it really worth it to go out of your way to do all of that farming just for one character to save a little bit of extra time? No, probably not. Because at that point, just level the alts, right? You know, you're just wasting time farming when you could just level a little bit more and spend a little bit extra time doing travel time during the run. But for something like this, obviously, it's a little bit different because this is day 1 leveling, right? You basically have nothing to do right now anyway. Might as well farm some stuff to prepare for leveling in Dragonflight. Obviously, Falling Flame is going to be the big one, but cracked Radneck's control gems are also absolutely massive and something I would definitely recommend doing. I think that's the end of the quest. A second rift closed. Focusing. Oh, there's a third rift. Okay. Focusing.
What is it now?
When am I?
Yeah, I assume I need to wait for the dialogue. This part... Oh, I have to talk to him. Are you one of the Time Walkers?
Time is passing.
Alright.
How are you in
It is a long story.
Words. What was I saying? Yeah, so Cracked Redneck's control gems, I would say if you get into the habit of it right now, hey, level 70. But we're not stopping the timer. Not stopping the timer. Because we need to... Let's put a point into Tiger Tail Sweep. Why not? I might make a few tweaks to the leveling build. The problem is there's really not much you want to take with the monk tree. I think the only thing I might change is instead of the expel harm stuff, I might just go for Tiger Tail Sweep. Just because I guess that's like slightly better for crowd control purposes, but I mean, you could also make an argument for like the Brewmaster Speed Taunt talent. That's pretty good, I suppose. I don't know. Honestly, the monk tree is, in my opinion, one of the more mediocre ones. I don't think it's terrible, but I think from a design perspective, it's kind of bad. Like, it gives you, I guess, from a balancing perspective, right? Monk tree is perfectly fine, because there's a lot of really good stuff on the monk tree. But I think that's where, from a design perspective, the way it's laid out is just really weird and kind of bad, honestly. Because the entire idea that I literally get all of my power in the monk tree the moment I hit level 60, I just feel like that shouldn't be how it works, right? That just seems wrong. And the way that your capstones work with them being statues, where like White Tiger statue is not that good. In fact, yeah, if you look at my breakdown, it's not terrible. It did 9 or 8% of my overall, give or take. So yeah, 8% of your overall isn't the worst thing in the world, but is that really enough to be considered a capstone when you have stuff like A-Bomb Limb or Empowered Rune Weapon in the same exact spot for Death Knights? Druids are obviously, I think, in a worse off spot. Definitely, a lot of my Druid friends have argued that Druids have the worst class tree, and I think that's probably a fair argument, because there is literally zero customization that you can do for the Druid tree, except for like 1 or 2 points. It's really, really awful. Just desperately needs changes that it probably won't get until at least one of the major patches. It's one of those things, again, where it's kind of fine because Druids get like a lot of power from their class tree, right? But it's the same deal with Monk, right? Where even if I feel like I'm strong, right, I just wish it was more spread out. Because it just makes all of my Monk points up to... Huh. I forgot they added the Silver Dragon back in. I haven't... Have we seen the Silver Dragon thus far? I feel like it hasn't been on all the other rares I killed. It's just this one. Maybe they forgot to add it while you're leveling? Because this is technically the first rare I've seen at max level? I don't know. It's weird. Shit. Whatever, Touch of Death. And so you can hand in quest is over here. Alright, and Normoon.
It has been a time. We will ascend to the temple platforms. Please, meet us there when you are ready.
Race you, Dante.
New recruits.
And Chromie.
Bubble, Eternus. I won't let you corrupt our bronze oathstone.
Hero.
Whether I'm
require
here
your
for a
assistance
day
as well.
or millennia, it matters not.
Do not
So I need to kill time elementals, free the time walkers, and then pull these 2 big crystal shards and pick up the energy. Alright. Now, I think I'm actually going to use this, because I want to save my remote guidance device for, not that, words. I want to save my cache of acquired treasures for the next questing hub, and I'm not 100% sure how long it's going to take me to get there. I want to say it's about 2 minutes, but it might end up just being like I could use it right now if I wanted to, but I just feel like why risk it? Okay, Touch of Death. I can pick these things up. That's for one of the quests. And grab you. So 8 Time Walkers in total. One thing, I guess it's kind of late in the run to say this, but you might have noticed that I'm assuming that my keyboard sounds are picking up on the mic. Like, if I look... Yeah, maybe faintly. I have, like, a decent amount of built-in noise suppression, but a lot of people said, like, a while ago, back when I streamed, you know, a year ago, before I took a long break, that they could hear, like, a lot of keyboard tapping sounds in the background. So I started using NVIDIA Broadcast. And for a while, NVIDIA Broadcast worked quite well. And for whatever reason, I don't know why, as of like 2 weeks ago, NVIDIA Broadcast has just been basically non-usable because of some weird bug it has, where it just, like, implodes at random points. So, if you happen to watch my stream on last Sunday, there was a point in the stream where my stream basically just completely stopped for like 3 minutes, and I had to figure out what the issue was. And I wasn't entirely sure at the time, but I closed NVIDIA Broadcast, and that, among other things, right? And it ended up working. And I've had a few different cases where either while I was just gathering footage or like recording audio or something for a video, my entire computer just started stuttering like crazy. Literally unusable levels of just stuttering. And I go to check, and NVIDIA Broadcast is just freaking out, like just having a complete meltdown. I don't know what caused it, but every single time, it's just impossible to do anything until I open up Task Manager and force close the program. And I tried to tweak a few things. I tried uninstalling it and reinstalling it, and I'm still having the issue. So I have no idea why it's doing that. I wish it was working properly, because I really liked the noise suppression from it. But unfortunately, the reality is, at the moment, I basically just can't use that. So there might have been like a bit of keyboard noise. And if so, I apologize. Used to use NVIDIA Broadcast to filter that out, and at the moment, I have nothing. What I've been at least doing is, for the purposes of like short recordings for like videos, if all I need to do is like, you know, record myself reading off like a script or something, or if I know it's going to be like a very fast thing, in those cases, I still enable it. So it really hasn't impacted the actual YouTube videos as much. But for stuff like this, where it's basically just an offline stream, and I just have to do something for a very long time and then talk to the camera, or talk to the microphone. I always say talk to the camera, just easier to say, even though I haven't been using a camera. I probably will at some point, we'll see. But yeah, in cases like this, it's just too much of an issue, because at some point within the past 4 hours or something, it would have had a meltdown, it would have crashed. Oh shit, okay. So, that's good to know. The bubble just bounces. Grab this. This thing we can do that for. Giant time elemental. Oh, I should have swapped the Dread Fire Vessel before this. Ooh, this is scary. I went in here with not much health, so I want to be very, very, very careful. Don't want to do anything too crazy, but I feel like Reactive Defense Matrix is actually helping here, at least more than Hateful Chain, because I'm able to somewhat reliably break the entire shield. Yeah, if you look there, it's doing 10%. I think at this point, because mobs can stand a decent chance at actually killing me, probably worth using that. I swapped to it, I think, at some point later on in Azerspan. Yeah, I swapped to it before that final quest chain with all the elite mobs. That's like a massive pain in the ass. So, Chromie, you're ready. Alright. Speak with Soradormi.
I shall be there at once.
Speak with you.
Did we do it?
And
So many books, so little, of course.
You.
There is only one true time. I have located the moment in time.
Alright, so this is the Primalist Future subzone. So, I know somebody was telling me that if I want to do this efficiently, I need to, like, spam click the extraction button. So the first time I did this, I got, like, absolutely clapped. Actually, oh shit. Wanna swap back? Yeah.
Sarah, you are with me.
Okay. So I'm just going to be extra safe. Gonna do this. Get all my consumables, because this is by far, not even close, the hardest subzone in the entire questing experience. This is fucking brutal. Okay. So I'm going to try to replicate the exact same pull I did last time. Let's see. Oh, there's a world quest here? Oh, that's sick. Ah. So you actually get to go here after the quest line. Oh, I like that. That is awesome. Did not realize that. Okay. We're going to do a big pull. Something like this. Shit. As I'm rooted, I can't do anything. Jesus Christ! Those frost bombs are ridiculous, dude! Okay, never mind. I must have gotten really lucky the first time I did that, because that is just bullshit. Yeah, I will say this is something where I do not understand. It has to be a case of literally 0 people in Blizzard have actually tested this part of the questline. Because it's so garbage. It is so objectively terrible, this entire part, where just everything murders you. And I am in really fucking good gear. You do not get better gear than this as a tank. And I managed to survive that pull in my last run. So it took me like a really long time to do. I wanted to see if I could survive it because somebody was like, oh, it's just you need to activate the extra action button more often. But no, it's just bullshit. It's just overtuned. There's no way that's efficient. Because I was pretty sure that was wrong. Because there's absolutely no way that just having this dragon with you is enough to deal with those massive mobs. And also, I'm pretty sure I actually did have it active the last time, but yeah, whatever. Okay, we got our essence. Now all we need to do... Yeah, because in that case, look, that took me like, what, 2 minutes? And when I did that on stream, it took me... It's telling me to go here for the quest, and there's... like, no injured guys over there. Okay. Game's baiting me. Injured people. Yeah, so they buff the drop rates to the point where you just don't need to do any of these elite mobs. So I'm guessing if I think what I've realized now, because it just occurred to me, this is an endgame world quest zone for an elite group world quest. So you're not actually supposed to fight those mobs. Which I think is... Oh no, game, why? Oh, I'm dead. Oh, now, is it gonna work? Hello? Longest I've ever seen it take to load in. I'm dead. Guarantee you I'm dead. Yep. Literally could not have picked a worse place to get booped in the terrain and insta-DC'd. Within this area where mobs just two-shot you if you're not kiting them. Ah, that is actually kind of tilting. And my user interface is broken again. Okay. Don't be mad, don't be mad. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Options, interface, enemy units. There we go. I still think this is garbage because there shouldn't be, like, I get it now. I understand why this zone is so garbage. It's because this is a group max level elite world quest. And they're tuned with a group of players in level 70 gear doing this. That is what the tuning is done in mind with. I'm 99% sure. Now that we can see that this is a world quest, I still think that is just so dog shit. Why? Why is that a thing? Like, why is the leveling version of the zone exactly the same? And why do players have to get, like, absolutely cluster-fucked by mobs? I don't know. I can't talk. I will admit, I'm mildly tilted by that, just because I was hoping that with the changes I made, I'd actually be able to do that. Which, whatever. I forgot to do the Chromie thing, because my quests aren't tracking, because I DC'd. Love it. There we go. Can my quest track properly?
Hurry, mortal. We do not have time to dally.
Alright. Oh, shit. But now, of course, I can't really get back up. Come on. Oh, this is so garbage. I guess, you know, we were close to having a... it wasn't really a purely uneventful run. Some shit went wrong, right? But we were close to at least having a clean ending to the run, and then Primalist Future, as is with most of my attempts with this, just ends up being a dogshit piece of garbage subzone. I'm gonna stop complaining, I know. I'm just frustrated. Because I'm hoping to get this at least under 4.5 hours. That was, like, kind of my initial goal. Because I thought probably wouldn't be able to get under 4 hours. I think that would have been a little bit ambitious, doing the entirety of the campaign in under 4 hours. But I figured, if we do, whatchamacallit? If we at least do under 4.5, I think I would be fine with that. I think I'm gonna pop Gunshoes in a little bit here to round up a bunch of these. But I need to get the temporal notes. Oh no, but I can do that well. I'll mount it. Here, in that case, I will pop Gunshoes. The temp gurgle motes. Grab this. Okay, should be able to get aggro on a bunch of those. Come on, attack me. Tempergal Moke. And... okay. A bunch of them have leashed, but we still have most of them over here that we can deal with. Axe buff. Perfect. This is, like, literally the ideal position for an axe buff. Oh, look at that vicious wound damage. Love me. An acquired axe. Okay. I unfortunately don't have, what's it called? I do not have my Cracked Radanax control gems. This would definitely be a good place to have it if I had stocked up on additional Radanax gems, but, you know, hindsight's 20/20. I actually didn't expect that there would be so many situations in the run where I'd be able to use it. But now we know it's actually better than I think I've been making it out to be, or most people have. Definitely worth farming. I should say, if you don't know how to farm Cracked Radanax control gems, obviously you can look this up on Wowhead, right? I will be making a full video detailing all the different items you need to farm. The Darkman Racing thing, Falling Flame, what's it called? Cracked Radanax control gem, obviously, and a few others. But for now, there are 3 specific rares in the Antoran Wastes. It's in the south little section. Oh, is it gonna interrupt me? Oh no, it didn't interrupt me. Alright, and now can mount up and go back to the start. This would, once again, great spot for Cracked Radanax control gem, just because we can only do regular mounting here. But But yeah, in Antoran Wastes... Let me just find it on the map, why not? It's already... let's see, Azeroth, Broken Isles, Argus, Antoran Wastes. Right around here, Terminus. This section, there's 3 different rares. One of them's in a little hut up here, one of them's on the ship, the other one is at the bottom. And each one of those rares every single day has a chance to give you a Cracked Rat X control gem. So if you have an army of alts, just put your alts that you don't need in Argus, and then just go and camp them every day. In fact, the nice thing about it is all 3 of those rares have the potential to be a world quest, in which case they still will drop it just like normal. But because it's a world quest, you'll actually be able to, what's it called? You'll actually be able to just get the guaranteed spawn, because it'll be up like every minute or something. So a lot of times what I'll do is if one of them isn't up, I just won't even bother with it. I'll just only get like the 1 or 2 for the day, and I'll only do the one that happens to be a world quest. And as you can see right now, none of them are there, but like later tonight maybe Admiral Relvar or Commander Texlax, one of the 2, will pop up as a world quest, and then I'll just go through on every single one of my alts and say, alright, yeah, that probably is a good time to go ahead and start farming some Cracked Rat X control gems. I think we're going to barely miss 4.5 hours. And honestly, probably entirely because of the Primalist feature, which is unfortunate. But still good. I mean, this is still fast. I need to practice the Primalist feature. I mean, actually, the way I did it just now, random disconnect in the middle of a group of elite mobs aside, I actually think that was pretty good.
So many books, so little time. Zera and I will do what we can
All right.
to speed our path through.
I really like this quest. This is definitely my favorite quest in the entire expansion. This is really fucking good. I mean, it's literal speedrunning. It's perfect for me. Oh, oh. Nice. And War of the Shifting Sands. I lost my speed buff.
Take care to avoid the combatants.
But we'll get it ramped up pretty quickly. I think there's going to be one group of mobs that, like, tries to bait you. Or no, that's the next section. Will it carry over? No. It forces you to drop your movement speed increase, just because you're always stunned for too long.
Authoritarian regime to the curb.
Okay, snuck right through there. Nice. Oh, perfect. Now, almost just charged right off the cliff there. That would have been bad. But I think what I can do here is Goblin Glider, and then Gun Shoes, and then just keep my Gun Shoes going, and skip all of these mobs. We don't need to fight any of these. Learned that the hard way. My last run, for whatever reason, my Gun Shoes just kind of stopped. I have no idea why it happened, but requires Chromie and Eternus. They're right here. What the hell? Hello, game. Why is this not working? Is this one of those where I need to be in literally the exact specific trigger point? Yes. Okay. So apparently, you know, this is where you are closest to Chromie and Eternus.
I am also relieved not to be stuck with you for an eternity.
Chromie. Hello? Okay. Come on. Chromie. Thank you.
We just need a moment.
These quests are a little bit buggy.
More focus.
And here it's just kind of the same thing as before that quest with like Onara, where it's just you have to kill the mobs as quickly as possible.
Black Empire.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, because you can see here, the defending thing doesn't get incremented over time. It's incremented purely by how many mobs you kill. So the faster you kill mobs, the faster new waves will spawn. Come on, axe buff. We're almost at axe buff. There's axe buff. Just gonna pop it now. He's in range? Yep. And should be the last one. Yep, there we go. Loading screen. Alright, and I think, yeah, check in with Chromie. Oh, shit.
The sands of time are plentiful.
Alright, and then this is going to be the last quest, so we head to Beldraken. For whatever reason, and this is something that I gave a disclaimer about in the run that I streamed, I don't know for sure. Whatchamacallit? I don't know for sure if you're going to be forced to do an additional 2 quests after this. Because the first run I did, there was like a second quest with like Alexstrasza where it kind of introduced you to the Vault of the Incarnates. And I have a feeling that that quest is actually just going to be like a one-time thing, and that it doesn't actually show up on all of your alts. Okay. Adventure mode unlocked. Your future characters can do Dragon Isle zones in any order and access world quests immediately. Yeah, so this is like the new Threads of Fate. I actually have to still test this. Technically, this isn't... actually, is this the end of the campaign? I don't think it is. Because I think that there's still one more quest. Oh, I guess... They actually changed this in the latest build. Okay, that is the end of the campaign. Which explains why I just unlocked adventure mode, which is weird, because you'll notice that I had all of the world quests unlocked, which is supposed to be an adventure mode feature. But earlier on, when they didn't really have it implemented, the only thing that they did is when you finished the first campaign, all your characters could automatically do world quests while leveling. When I think that's supposed to be part of the opt-in process. And I kind of hope they do that, just for, like, practicality of testing runs. It kind of sucks having to just ignore world quests and worry, oh, is this world quest going to affect the actual routing? So, we'll see. But, yeah, I think that's it. Because the other stuff, normally there was actually... Yeah, because there was that one quest before, right? Where it was, I can't find it. Either way, there's supposed to be something where it's like, talk to all of the... do all the orientation quests. And I remember earlier on, I was saying that's part of the campaign, because that was the last campaign quest. So I guess they've just removed that quest from the campaign and just added it after the fact, and now you unlock world quests before then? I don't know, to be honest. Yeah, it's this thing. Aiding the Accord, the Isle's Call. So now, instead of... so instead of just being all the introduction quests, now it's just complete 5 world quests. Which inherently is not going to be part of the campaign, right? Because that isn't something you're actually able to do while leveling. Theoretically, on the first day, which the entire point of this is to simulate what your experience will be like on the first day. So I think, what's this? Arena skirmishes. Yeah, I think one thing that is very safe to say, as a conclusion to all of this, is definitely around 4 hours is possible for the campaign. A little bit tricky, because obviously people have gotten, like, I know multiple people have told me in my Discord, basically saying, oh, I got a time of, like, 3 hours, 50 minutes. But a lot of those are just hitting level 70, right? So I definitely think that you can get runs that fast for purely level 70. I would imagine it might be possible to get sub 4 hours just doing the campaign. Obviously, you still need side quests, right? But I mean specifically completing the campaign, not rushing to 70. Probably possible, because there definitely was a good bit of wasted time. I'm obviously missing a few speed leveling items, like the checkered flag. Definitely could have optimized gun shoes usage a bit. Ran into some issues, which I guess you kind of need to count the issues, especially when you consider it's probably going to be worse on launch day. But I think the big one is side quest optimization for the campaign, because I'm still not 100% sure how much experience I'll need. Like, I was roughly exactly at the amount I needed in the stream I did on Saturday, and this time I was over. And I think that a lot of the stuff that I added for this particular run was actually more efficient. So I think instead of basically sacrificing the new stuff that I tested in this particular run, I think it would probably be a better idea to just remove Fields of Ferocity, because that doesn't feel like it was efficient. And then just, that might alone be enough to get us to 70. There's some other optimization I'll probably do for Azure Span. Obviously, we're still pretty much exactly a month out at this point, which is one of those things where everybody's like trying to talk about like, oh, what's the best leveling guide? What's the best leveling guide? And it's like, guys, you have a month, right? There's still plenty of testing to be done. I think it's way, way too early to say, oh yeah, this is the fastest route. No, there's still plenty of time to test. Obviously, as we can see here, if you compare the ending of this run to the ending of my run literally just a week ago, they've changed the campaign. That's completely different. It had a completely different ending. Hell, if you, I mean, I didn't actually upload that part, but if you compare this to how it was a month ago, or a month and a half ago at this point, very, very different. There were like an entire 2 extra quests where you had to fight a big dragon at the very end. They're still changing stuff. They might still tweak XP values. It's way too early to say. But we can see that, at least for the campaign, which seems mostly unchanged, despite some little stuff at the end, pretty fast. I would definitely say 4.5 hours is a solid as fuck time. But yeah, that's it. Thank you for watching, and I will catch you in the next one. Peace.